Yeah, I actually had some trouble this time. Yeah, no, I mean some actual trouble there. There was still an old family car kept around, but apparently Dad got towed or something else. So I'm trying to look into that. Yeah, I did try to look into that as much as I could. And that's why I was dealing with it, this show, everything for this show whenever I could. It's much harder for yeah. This type of work is much harder for a weekday compared to a weekend. But thankfully, at least I have some of that sorted out. Yeah, it was an old car, not the current car, not a current car I've been dealing with. Don't worry. That's just to clear the air. But yeah, that's how come I got so late and gray. But anyway, yeah, I'm fixing this now. There. Yeah, now I can do that. Greetings everyone, and happy Walpurgis Night. I am Menos. Welcome to my madhouse. How's everything going? Hope everything's well with you all. Eine Fröhliche Walpurgisnacht. That one's the one. And I did head down on my tabs. Yes, tonight happens to be Walpurgisnacht. This also happens to be the anniversary of Sanity chat. So if I've done my math correctly, I've done it for three to 4 years. Most likely 3 years. Yeah, it is the 49th episode since this is monthly. And it goes on the dumbest things I ran into for the past month. The dumbest, most disgusting, or the most wholesome and uplifting thing that I've managed to see for the past month. Yeah, the list is big, but I'll definitely tackle it, don't worry. I've adjusted my time so I could tackle all that. Minus the sudden happenings. But everyone, how's everything going? Nate Dollins, Pesket, Scorpion, and Links, bro, thank you for looking after YouTube's end. The Kicksin should still be doing fine. Although the problem with that is its emote glitches right now. From Nate, been doing well. Besides cooking dinner, I had to make a boat out of duct tape and paper. Hope the end result looks cool. Been a while since I've had that type of project. In fact, I still have the plans for that type of project somewhere in the other domains room. From Pets Get Scorpio. And if you guys heard the song Walpurgis Night and Happy Fun, yes I have. Yes I have, it's pretty good. I remember giving it another listen before dealing with an album I had to go to, and that's definitely one of the topics at hand once we do get into the clown show. But right now, this is just things of what's up with me and the channel at hand. Well, I'm well over the rise. Understood. Understood, Nate. Yeah, the Resident Evil movie trailer actually came out. Looks good so far. From Pescat Scorpio, the Nightcore version is even better. I had no idea there was a Nightcore version. Oh yeah, I did have Kick popped up. One of my own. Yeah, it's definitely one of my own. Where is that? There that is. That's no thank you. Oh yeah, that glitch is still going on. And Chat Ninja is still up to date. And mind you, Chat Ninja happens to still be up to date here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to deal with that trailer later. Once again, I'm dealing with what's going on with me and the channel. Thankfully, nothing on the dental drama. I'm just doing my best to make it to having enough for another crown I have to deal with. Yeah, I do not want any dentist dying on me like that 1 year, unfortunately. And she was amazing too. Thankfully, the areas I've been dealing with allow work left behind from other dentists in case that sort of thing happens. Because there's been some areas where they refuse to, but others are fine with it. Now then. Now that I have to decide that after this week I'll be taking spring break with one exception of either I think next Thursday or something. Either next Thursday or next Sunday, depending on. And that's for the traditional Nikkei story event. This time with Overspec Anissa's event. The rest I'll just be taking a break and dealing with some projects that I want to in the background. Especially before anything gets all rash. Now that with all that is said, oh yeah. Forgive me if there's any crunching going on. I'll have to deal with it. We'll have to deal with it. I did have breakfast and lunch this time, but had to hold off on dinner up until right here because I was preparing for everything. Including stuff I forgot, and something dumb enough to end up being breaking news. Well, for here. I normally call Medea for that one, but it's within the month. Walpurgis Night is with the night between April 30th and the May 1st. So going down that list, I had not watched much of any anime or read any manga at all for this time. This was one of the months that ended up being this not only just super busy, but also ended up being super weird in general. Especially among actual personal life. And so yeah, that's on me. But you know what else is on me? Forgetting a few important details. First off, releasing one of the artworks I also legit forgot to. Yes, I did have to retweet the Golden Week thing that I did last year. But as it's Golden Week right now. But the thing is, yeah, this month I managed to finally open this living room. Yes, there's just a few trophies right now, but over time, and if the playthrough has been iconic or grand enough, I'll end up putting a trophy in here. I'm basically going no more hero style with that. And that's also another series I want to do. That mouse getting a bag of cheese balls. Not a bag of cheese balls this time, it's a sub sandwich. And that is also another topic. By the way, that's also another topic I want to, because that's a topic I'm going to cover tonight. It's a whole one, not half of one. However, the thing that I definitely want to tackle is definitely something I truly want to tackle this time, and during my spring break. But I hopefully can get to that when the time comes. Now with all that yappery out of the way, and nothing else going on, nothing else going on besides all the notes I have here. Moving on to games we've been dealing with for here. Here, first off is our weekly Stellar Blade. Yeah, and yes, I managed to beat the game. Ended up getting a true ending out of that bunch. That was a success. It was also very good. However, the job's not done there. I want to find all the cans and one other ending to be obtained there. Getting the new stuff is great so far. Alongside doing my best to barrel through everything. But I'm definitely gonna have to trade. Yeah, thankfully I can visit one other area where I am right now because there's something dumb I forgot. There's something dumb I forgot. I forgot that both times. Yeah. And I forgot that both times that there was a car wash. I am not spoiling anything, but there's a car wash area and I forgot, and there's a part where I'm able to spray the vehicle. I managed to forget that twice. Both times I made that one through guesswork. Yeah, both of the times I managed to make that through guesswork. Yes, there's times I cheated with some path codes, and I'm not sorry at all for those. No, I'm not. But the car wash thing was one I ended up feeling bad because, yeah. I discovered through someone else's playthrough that there was a car wash area, and I did not see that item where it activates anywhere. Didn't see it anywhere at all. So I'm definitely gonna have to go to that this Sunday. It's rough business. But after finishing that, I do plan to do a festival versus the Senran Kakura Estival versus, and I crammed the Shinobi versus and the Estival versus together as an option in that poll. And I don't remember how many parts Shinobi versus was. So I'm gonna need to finish with that. So yeah, I'm gonna need to finish that. Where the hell is that? Where am I? Where am I? There I am with that option. Live section in order. Don't worry, it cannot have been that long. Yes, it is that long. That's been since last pod order. We actually start that last pod order. Oh, I overshot. Yeah, I totally overshot. And that was 11 parts. That's 11 parts. Shortest weekly so far with 11 parts. Kind this week, Stellar Blade will be on part 21. And hopefully I get to the goal. But thankfully I'm able to fish up everything that I missed the previous playthrough at the Oasis once I get to it. But that's enough for the Stellar Blade stuff. Now onward to Nikkei. Half Anniversary just dropped, and so did, as of here, Overspec Anise and Overspec Neon. And I did check out the side story, which was quite a damn roller coaster. Even if hating one of the main characters and laughed their torture. But that did 1A and it ended up being very good. Absolutely everything ended up being very good. A lot of surprises there too. Once again, I'm gonna deal with the traditional other thing next week. But that's on the exception day while I'm on spring break. Now, gacha-wise, I did stream the Anise rolls, and they ended up doing well. I decided to pull Overspec Neon off screen, and yeah, she did. Long story short, she didn't like what I did at all. Yeah, she drained absolutely all my shit dry. And remaining tickets and gems gone. Just want one copy of her. Yeah, I just want one copy of her. And yes, I'm loading whatever through OBS right now. Where are you? Yeah, I did get a good number of SSRs. But I had a ticket over Spec Neon. And I'm over here scrolling. Yeah, I have a lot of images. Yeah, I don't remember what that was named at all. I have it in this room. Oh, that's the name. Let's go back here. That's the name. Yeah, that one's the name. I messed up. If that's the name, I straight messed up. So yeah, for free, for one of the free summons, I ended up, I'm just doing the free summons for the Anise from that point on. From that point on. Well, for both of them from this point on. Because once again, Neon ended up draining me dry. That's something Mass ended up being the freebie. Mass ended up being the freebie. And yeah, I screenshot a lot of my 10 shots here. The first one ended up being Sugar. Then it ended up being K here. Yeah, that's gotten ridiculous, and that was a good few in. At that point, I was already out of ticket. I was already out of premium summon tickets. And they call it premium summon tickets. Those aren't those weren't actually paid this time. I know Anis's costume gacha ban is out right now, but I didn't tackle it yet. I'm not able to tackle it yet. I should be able to do great when I do. And yeah, Sugar's a damn cursed name. But then sometime later, another 10-shot shows up. It's at the end. I can overspec Missilus, but unfortunately, Mihara spooked me instead. Unfortunately, yeah. Well, I'm glad that happened. I was pissed off because Neon's also a Missilus overspec. Yeah, that one's one of the more messed up ones around. Yeah, I did know you'd have to watch out for that shit. Oh yeah, and yeah, it's actually appropriate to use this screenshot here, but yeah, this was what I was like when that happened, and yes, that's Bolton over there. That was me when that happened. It was that bad. Yes, from that past stream, there was some good face palms in this double face palm she did. And while that's not a topic, and while that's unfortunately is not in the topic docket at all. Yeah, staff accidentally also streamed it on someone else's Twitch. That Nepal stream ended up also making it to Benton Hawkins' Twitch. He was doing a mini 3D birthday live over there before that event, and a staffer that was dealing with him some staff accidentally forgot to deal with that. So that was connected to Lami's YouTube. But by the way, Lami's the one in the blue coat. It ended up in one of the guys' Twitch on accident. Plus, it's during Golden Week, so staffer is super slow to try to figure everything out. So whoever had that was out for the night. No, was out for the week. It's basically like something went wrong at your workplace on a holiday, and there's not much people at all there because yeah, that's supposed to be a break day. Golden Week is Japan's vacation week there. So that's why it took like 40 good ass minutes for that problem to get sorted out. Thankfully everyone had a laugh there at the end and nothing really bad happened. Nothing really bad happened. No deadly unicorn riots happened. And thank God. Continuing on, there was one last SSR before I had to pity Neon, and it be Modernia. The same Modernia that I had a ticket that long time ago after she wouldn't show up either. Wouldn't even show up when I wish listed her, and she shows up here. The other heretics really scrambled their brains. Yeah, it really did. That was absolutely fucked up now. And she was first in line there. And she was first in line there. That was warped. So yeah, that was extremely painful pity. Yes, I know I'm able to pity one more limited or a pilgrim / overspec. And overspecs are treated as pilgrims. So yeah, you're bound to get a pilgrim boost there too, despite being a 1% banner. And that's how I had to pity Neon. And that's how I had to pity overspec Neon. I don't have the gem, so I didn't throw her in the machine yet, but I will once I get to that. Don't worry, she already got some damn correction. Don't worry. And some damn back alley correction. But anyway, bad jokes aside. Everything went well for Nikke's end. Well, minus that one. But not Fate Grand Order. Yeah, no, my whole event's managing and I managed to get everything in time. So yeah, I thought I'd have to do everything. I thought it was like a normal mission stuff and to manage to, but Soldier, it was permanent from the get-go. You were able to get Soldier permanently from the get-go as long as you did the event. I managed to clean everything I could up. And got everything I wanted out of there in time. Now I'm doing the same for Summer 6's rerun. But I'm saving up for Summer Rush Google. And don't worry, I know the other servants weren't by Koi, because that was around the time where that other duo servant showed up. I thought it was by Koi from Godzilla fame. It was not. After looking at it, it was not, and I spilled my quartz that way. How embarrassing. However, I also dealt with JP this time. The Strange Fate collab dropped, and turns out that has also been treating me kindly. I did a 10 shot for the event, and I ended up obtaining Predacty, who can be a debuffer if turned male and an area if effective turned female. You're able to swap between both versions there. Either Predacty managed to scramble Koshikochi's brains into doing that, or she just straight messed with him herself, because she ended up being behind a lot of the Grand Order original servants servants gender bends. And sometimes just the throne messing with people. And yes, I have a screenshot somewhere else for a pre-adapting. No, that's the area for. Oh no. Wrong area. That area is for NA. That area is 100% for NA. Here's JP. And yes, that's pre-latte. And in the menu, you can actually switch between the male and female versions. They both greet you. On the other hand, once summoned, they both greet you. Now that's honestly very cool. But upon leveling up, whichever one you're set to, you get the level up message of that version instead of getting them both again. But that's it. So far. I hadn't fed Perlati all the way. Not because I did not have enough mana, not because I didn't have enough EXP points, but I had things to do then. I simply ran out of time. I had things to do then. But that was still amazing. Moving right along to Brown Dust 2. As appear, I was actually hoarding stuff until I decided to spill everything. About everything. Yeah, I know I have not spilled everything unlike some of the other areas, but yeah. So far, all the Senran Kagura girls, with the exception of Yosakura, are at +5. Are at +5 as of here. I also did showcase my account, and it was also fun. Especially with explaining the other characters. And finishing off that hard mode of that event thing. That's the first very hard mode thing that I managed to beat there. In general, for anywhere. I didn't beat all the story battles, but yeah. I'll do all I can with that game, and then go on from here. Well, unless I have some other grand disaster. No, thank you. And by some other grand disaster, I mean some other censorship grand disaster. No thanks. I managed to give him a rare second chance after walking everything back there and giving us a paid skin for free, and that turned out to be one of their best. Even from hearing among those that wailed the game, that was one of their best. Blue Archive, I'm just collecting and stocking up. That's just on the daily zone right now. And I believe Fez is late May for global. I think Fez is late May for global. Now for Super Mario Mon, I continued with the Wario Waluigi episodes, and each of them were very cool. Yeah, the game in general has been very cool so far. And I've managed to lose track of time multiple times, long enough for that. So I'm looking forward to continuing that one when the time comes. Oh yeah, Xenozone Zero is also in the collection zone as of there. By collection, I mean dailies. And yes, I did see the season 3 trailer for that one. It actually looked good. Now for Uma Musume, it has to be Golchi Week as of global. And for Golden Week for JP. Because the entire Stakeout clan's involved in JP's case. But I'm not playing JP there. Meanwhile, for global, Golchi Week strikes again, and she's been up to no damn good as always. Speaking of no damn good, I did not get National Flower there. She ended up draining me dry. And that time I was nothing to pity. I was like 140 summons. There was no way I was getting pity there, or sadly. However, all the gems are definitely gonna help me stock up for swimsuit Golshi in the future. There's definitely, yeah. The cheerleader banners are very good. However, I'm definitely saving them for there. No, thank you. Now for Timing Squad, new chapter did release, but nothing too much else. I did end up getting Snake Lady and Spider Woman. That was the 4-star after Curiosity got the best of me and summoned that banner there. And summoned that. Yeah, that was a gem banner. That was strictly a gem banner. And now with the one game I finished for there is American McGee's Alice. Finish the game was very cool from start to finish. Some infamous hiccups aside. and I mean infamous. I mean fresh and infamous. Yeah, I thought Alice was having a schizo moment. Turns out there was someone that was supposed to be there. It was the mock turtle. Then I got soft locked until I had to fix that. I fixed the mock turtle there. It was a success. And I had to switch copies. That's what fixed it. It ended up being a success. Can't wait to do it. Madhouse returns when I can. And I've already been warned that it's extra macabre. Definitely looking forward to it. But yeah, and don't worry, everyone. I already got the piece of news about Madness Returns. There was some piece of news about the Madness Returns that was for this one, but I'm saving that up until I beat Madness Returns when I can. So for the sanity check after I beat that, that's definitely a topic. And you're definitely gonna see the rule breaker clip. The Noble Phantasm, by the way. Yes, Astral Lane's on the daily zone there. I forgot I put a daily zone area here. And Little Witch in the Woods. Little Witch in the Woods is continuing on, and as of here, I'm repairing Wisteria, which is the village that got wrecked by vines. I'll want exploring the woods as of here for more resources. There's a new area that I unlocked, and that's the very next night. I am looking forward to that when I can. I'm looking forward to that there. And with all that, that's everything that's up with me. Everything going on with this channel and every piece of media that I did check out. With the exception of one album. And I'm going to get to that album when when I get to that grand disaster. And so everyone, what do you think? While I check on assistant and what's wrong with him. Yeah, hell wrong with you. And yes, there's Scott. No, there's no cake here. I'm not pulling the GLaDOS this time. This time. Yeah, Portal still looks fun, but yeah. Also, yeah. Portal still looks fun despite knowing what she did. Yeah, everyone knows what she did. Hell no. No, 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 no. No, no. YouTube looks okay. Everything looks okay on YouTube's end. Everything looks on Kick's end too. Now then, there's definitely a long list, including something breaking I just had to throw in, and yeah, something legit breaking I just had to throw in, and some other serious topics. But everything else should be our regular old dumb fun. And oh yeah, I can't believe I critically forgot about it. But no, I'll pin that after standby. I need to prepare the bonfire. There's gonna be a bonfire outside, and we need that to ward any wicked witches away. Yeah, that's the thing about Walpurgis Night. Not just halfway Halloween. If you're fighting the witches, you still you install bonfires and some other things, and burnt sage and other things to do that. But your witchcraft is boosted if you are the witches. That is Hatsanot's case. And thank you for teaching me that, Nate. And this is after researching further when what prompted the research was Madoka Magica. I've already dealt with the Bible Block series before, but what prompted me that was Madoka Magica, and that was while dealing with, well, that was while researching that witch. Yeah, Walpurgis Night herself. And fun fact, I had to use her to cover someone's nipples. And thankfully, I didn't have to use Walpurgisnacht, use actual which Walpurgisnacht sentence. But yeah, I'm prepping a bonfire as of here. Alongside some spy. So everyone, I will be right back. And yeah, definitely hold on your hats. The clown show is gonna come soon. Where are you? There you are. Alright. Alright, I'm back. I had to check. I had to scan and check if anything went wrong or not. Let's definitely if anything went wrong or not. Good thing it was a success. And I can't believe we're back here yet again. So I hope that wasn't too long. Nate jokes. Oh yeah, I forgot the marshmallows in the oven. Probably sounds insane. From Nate. Actually, the duct tape boat does float, but there's no way to propel around being at the mercy of the wind. And yeah, got it. Yeah, it'll just float everywhere. There's no propelling for there. No, some people would definitely be creative with that in case of any contests. That goes for any contests in general. Especially for stuff you have to build. That goes well for science festival projects. That's for the times where schools had those. Yeah, no idea if they had those anymore, but I bet they don't. Considering the current goings on, I bet they don't. And due to the current goings on, I managed to figure out that American McGee's house managed to age well in that regard. That needs to be a clip. That needs to be a channel clip. Please hold me accountable for that. Oh man, and I need to use yes, by day. Did anything new end up in the meme chest? Yes, it did. And just 2 items, so yes, it did. No. No, that's Ichni-san. I believe I did. I definitely did not deal with those last time. I definitely did not deal with those last time, so I might want to retire a few, considering one of the topics that I will get to. And don't worry, that will be a Cliffnotes rundown. Yeah, that will 100% be a Cliffnotes rundown. Where is that area? Yeah, one of the disasters was bad enough to have a few clips retired. No, I'm not looking at that right now. I'll look at that when it comes, assistant. Okay. Now I have the bonfire array. Let's laugh at some things and burn some witches and other crooks. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to. Oh yeah, that's just for the pins on YouTube's and Kick's End. Twitch just gets that disclaimer. Ay. Where is that? Yeah, I'll paste that first within the description, but I won't save that yet. No, I want a pin. Then why won't you let me pin? Yeah, why won't you let me pin? Oh! I don't think that went through. No way it went through. That's strange. But there I go. It turns out I cannot pin that way. Like, I'm still able to pin down Kicks In, but none. YouTube's in for some odd reason. I have to do that before? I have to do that before the stream? That's messed up. There was an error pin in that. Yeah, just pin that anyway. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, and I'll just leave that in the chat for now. And it definitely went through for me. It definitely went through for me on YouTube's end. So I'll just leave that out. I'll just leave that alone. Yeah, I know, I'm on live chat. So apparently heinous criminals is censored within even live chat for some odd reason. Come on. So the exception of heinous criminals, no malice intended or encouraged. Now with all that said, before we get into the first topic, and yes, the first two topics ended up being breaking news dumb enough to cover. So over here, and so over here, I did end up dealing with a few. I did end up getting new clips there. Yeah, there was a disaster I'm not covering, but I've managed to save this one. This one's from a disaster I'm not covering until the next sanity check. I believe that's good enough for a rule breaker. Cause yeah, I have enough topics. I have enough topics already. Counting the breaking stuff. But this one first off. Especially if they're still on the throne. Oh wait, I actually can use that for one of them. We're still on this topic. We're still on the throne. Yes, they're still on the throne.
Dude, he's still on the phone! He's still on the phone! He's still on the
phone! I realized I didn't have too much of something like that go on. Yeah, I realized I did not have too much of that go on. And here's the other one I say, because this one's one of the other ones I meant to do, but couldn't take it until right here. Yes, that one. The rest I should be able to deal with. The rest I should be able to deal with as they go along. Now, there you go. Immediately onto the very first topic, and Nate, many thanks for that one. And so yeah, a truck loaded with thousands of copies of Roget's Thesaurus and spill out. The spill slowly in New York. And yes, that spill. Yes, all the Thesaurus is spilled. They're all on the road everywhere. Yeah, witnesses were stunned, startled, aghast, stupefied, confused, shocked, riled, paralyzed, dazed, bewildered, surprised, dumbfounded, flabbergasted, confounded, astonished, and numb. They were shaking even. And the reply here is gold. Alright, this is the fourth time I'm hearing about this incident. Why does this keep happening, reoccurring, repeating, persisting, continuing, resurfacing, return, relapsing, during, lingering? It's America, say no more. Ah man, where all the dilute crooks are gonna spill their essays on now. Yeah. That's gonna be far less dilute crooks that's spilling everything on Twitter as of here by using this thing, because they had to have used the Thesaurus in order to get all that word salad, to get all the materials for that word salad. But that's enough from here. That's finished. We're done with that. It's over. Orarida. For the first topic, of course. And that one's one of breaking topics. The other is way dumber and way more fucked up than the other. So hold on there. No, that picture of Earth's too good. That picture of Earth is way too good. Yeah. Yeah, keep those likes up, everyone. Thank you so much. And keep being cool. Thank you so much. And don't worry, I didn't press the valve for Twitch or anything. And that place cannot handle sanity check for good reason. I will dunk on their idols. Ah. Yeah, the others are breaking the tail that I am willing to share. The others are breaking the tail that I am willing to share because it's this dumb and this egregious. Yeah, it's this dumb, this obscene, and this egregious. Yes, this egregious. Yeah, and this was while preparing for the show. But this is one of the times where I am horrifically disgusted with the other domain. This is definitely one of the times I'm horrifically disgusted with the other domain. And they'll let pure evil run around. And they'll let pure evil run around and wrist slap them depending on what they are. But actual innocent people doing the harmless crimes like looting themselves in hentai, and if you're in the wrong country, this happens to you. Yes, so good afternoon, Bumbuns. Sincerest apologies for yaps. It's been a long story to tell. So on Monday, April 20th, Mimi got arrested by United Kingdom police for possession of her artwork and her artwork alone. Yeah, yes, she did get arrested for loots of her own damn self. Oh, and this is this happens to be one of the few areas insane enough to be arrested for that. Which is already damn egregious. Because I cannot forgive that. Hey, that warranted that clip. She's currently on bail for paying in the outcome of a criminal investigation into her accounts and activities. All of her devices were seized as a result of the arrest. Oh. And once again, it's just for loots of herself. Not everything else, or that would have definitely been out in the open on the news somewhere. But it's loots of herself. As a result of her bail conditions, you now have to move to a new account is required to use a header name on her new account that her bail officers have agreed to. If this happens to be the account in question, and per the bail conditions, her activities for a foreseeable future have to be both safe for work and fully transparent in order to prevent a breach of her bail conditions. Yeah, otherwise she's actually bail. They actually locked her up. And if it's not to those crooks liking, she'll get locked up again for longer. Mimi apologized sincerely from the bottom of her heart for laying you down and for disappointing you in such a way. Don't worry, none of this is your fault. UK is a dictatorship, fully agreed, especially with stuff like this. Yeah, especially for stuff like this. And for those wondering what her full design was, it was this. Her avatar happens to be a Loli character herself. So yeah, VTuber Mimi ended up getting arrested because of suggestive art for her model in the UK. She's out on bail and there's an ongoing investigation as of this, going over her account's contents. My UK is a hellhole. If you find feeling special, it's important to speak against this. Listen, that's why I'm speaking on here now. Especially with disgusting shit like this. The design's amazing, she has my sympathies, but the circumstances here where she's getting the thing she's being arrested before, yeah, that's disgusting. No way should anyone be arrested for looting themselves. A grown adult looting themselves, and this still happens if you happen to have this type of avatar. But legit pure evil is able to roam free. You have my deepest sympathies. Ugh. Being arrested for crimes alone, come on. There. Yeah, that was just straight up disgusting. Mimi, I have my full sympathies for this. And hopefully nothing else bad comes of this. Really, hopefully nothing else bad comes of this. This is horrific enough. And this is tied with the two other most disgusting things I've managed to see for this past month. And this what ended up being breaking news because I just saw that as I was preparing this to stream. Back outside. Good thing we're outside. From a yap in England. Well, it's not bad. At least when I was there, was before that kind of a commander. Yeah. Absolutely no thank you. Yes, we're talking about the UK, which has turned into a shithole. Outside. No, we're already outside. Thankfully, I didn't have to deal with anything this vile. Thankfully, I didn't have to deal with anything else this vile until later. Oh, yeah. Oh, but this next topic is Cliffnotes Theater. Yeah, so I'm preparing a bunch of topics incoming. And don't worry, I make it so where I wouldn't ride on. So I wouldn't straight up roast everyone here for most of the night. Like I did with the Cinder Grant disaster last year. That did warrant another part. That did end up warranting another part, and I didn't even think that would last that long. Yeah, I really didn't think that would last that long. But yeah, I'll just post everything in that in order. In order, Menos, you forgot the other part. You didn't copy paste the other part. Ah. And being arrested for being first being arrested for way too cute and way too funny, and now this. That's just absurd. And that part's one of the holes in the story, in someone's story. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to mark this as serious. And some parts were definitely oh yeah. Some parts were definitely clout chasing, but disgusting enough to highlight, because those quotes are that disgusting. Yeah, a lot of people are gonna get. Yeah, a lot of people are gonna get so sued. Yeah, and that's just messed up. Yeah, where is that area? Like, come on, system. Is anything on there yet? Nothing's about. Where's that other thing? Yeah, I still want to mark that as serious regardless, despite the gags. I forgot there was a gag involved that was good enough to feature. I forgot there was a gag that's good enough to feature. So, yeah. There we go. Yeah, that one's definitely a lot. Yeah, that one's also. Yeah, we'll have to. Yes, we need to include that Twitter fight, because that one's important. Yes, there's a Twitter fight important to this. Firefights and one of the most brutal ratios I've seen in years. Yeah, that's definitely one of the most brutal ratios I've seen in years, but yeah. Yeah, a lot of my family wants to visit places that are straight up demonic. Mine's Hawaii. I don't think Hawaii is that demonic. Everyone else they want to for family reasons, it's always demonic. But I still want to visit Japan at least once. Indonesia might be super interesting enough to visit too. But you definitely have to mind your P's and Q's and watch your back and your front, even in areas that are demonic. Yeah, some place called Powell have to be super demonic. We scanned that before, assistant. That would have been part of the standby if it weren't for what's going on back there. You know, Mania palette cleanser after absolutely everything there. May definitely need a palette cleanser after absolutely everything there. No, let's just cleanse it with the bonfire. Let's just cleanse that with the bonfire. This is a thumbnail topic after all, but the thing with the thumbnail that I was going with, to give you a hint, yes, it's an album. Yes, I referenced an album cover. Yes, I 100% referenced an album cover. We'll get to that when the time comes. But now we're going through the Cliffnotes version on one of the big disasters that ended up happening for here. And yes, it's dumb enough for me to cover. Much like the Cinder Grant disaster. why I'm doing this is definitely so I won't end up accidentally doing a full 3 hours of just roasting everyone there. Last time was just a hellhound. This time was just almost everyone about to be featured, especially considering the fact that a serial cheater had to be defended because he was being defamed for something else. When everything wasn't required for when that something else actually wasn't going on there. Yeah, but still, it's that messed up. Yeah. Yeah. So assistant, hand me that. Timestamp and blow this out. There we go. This and how so many VTubers cook themselves. There. Alright, everyone, here goes nothing. Now remember, this is the Cliffnotes version of the Grand Disaster, so I am rapid firing the following ordeal that went on. And that was through much of April. This ended up being dumb and egregious enough for here. So we'll check out everything as it goes. And through most of everything. And the thing already updated, so now we're on what we're on. Yes, the rapid fire thing for this time is the Sykkuno Grand Hellstorm. And becoming a Grand Hellstorm throughout the entire first half of the month. Yeah, and this timeline actually helped me, but I ended up adding stuff that's not within the timeline, but was important enough to deal with because it's either that egregious or that disgusting. Plus an actually funny gag or two. That turned out benign. Most of this is just straight up disgusting. So to start off, some Google Doc ended up dropping an on Sykkuno's and by someone named VT. Within the doc, it's supposed to exclaim him as a serial cheater, master manipulator, and dangerous predator. However, after looking at everything, the dangerous predator thing turns out to be false. everything else is fair, but the predator part ended up being false, and everyone had to defend, and everyone had to end up defending him for that, despite the indefensible act of cheating. That is absolute scum behavior. But hold something like this, and when about everything proved otherwise, it's turned out worse on her end. And this one's actually the best reply to this one. Instantly disqualifying if you ever use the age gap language when you yourself or a grown adult there. Yeah. And that was the predator part here. And she met him this year. And she met him this year. And she's already 20 years of this. And Sykkuno's 34 as of recording. See, continuing on, absolutely everyone that was clamoring about the predator part ended up falling flat. Because of this. Because either everyone was of age and or the person approached them first. And then this person was also within the dock. This person was also within the dock and helped her with that. She and her boyfriend Sykkuno, well, ladies and gentlemen, man himself last night said we weren't a couple there. Yeah, and that's despite speaking with him all that time. But while this doc was going on, within the not the minute. That felt like the minute, but within the hour of the doc, somebody else managed to already get a full 1 hour video on this doc itself. Which means, yeah, that was coordinated. Who else coordinated? Turns out it was someone named Muji. He already nuked this one at hand because after his mess up. However, we still have to remember that the internet is forever. There's gonna be re-uploads of things like this. Yeah, there's 100% gonna be re-uploads of this. And yes, that was of a VTuber I featured clips on before. So if anyone remembers the following one, yes, that was him. Yes, that's him. Yes, that's indeed him.
If you're a broke boy, just say so. True.
Yes,
Don't come into my fucking store when you're broke. Just say so. Just say you're broke, so I can close the door on you.
Yeah, I was on that stream when that funny moment happened. That was one of the cases there. But enough of that one. However, there was a part within that video where he messed up. And I will highlight that goof up there. Yeah, and I will highlight that goof up there. This was when Hemomon managed to confront Sykkuno. However, this piece conflicted everything. This piece conflicted absolutely everything within the doc. No. No. That was muted. Yeah, that was actually muted. Now I can go.
That is why I'm still upset with you, but you didn't cheat on me. You can still talk to me and be Like, make up for your actions. Don't get me wrong, because I always am there for second chances. But I never will forgive you for cheating on her. That's...
Yeah, and that actually showed that she wanted to be the main girl but couldn't. Turns out she got played on that end. But after that part was when she ended up having, when she ended up dropping the dock alongside Mugen and Elfie's Hulk. But after this point, they managed to end up having to. That's where a mob went after Sykkuno, but everyone ended up failing. Once again, absolutely everyone ended up failing. This one was of an instant this one was of an instant where she turned him down. But this ended up failing. But this ended up failing because it went rotten on her part. This other was just a crass rope gone completely wrong. But it's not. But of course, it wasn't egregious enough to bury him there. But the infantilization ones are the worst off. One of the worst ones was this crook. For trying her best to hide her age there, but failed because she was definitely a grown adult at the time of meeting him. And the fact that she provided no further evidence on this when it was important to was why this crook ended up burning herself here. And yeah, that was the best reply I heard. Wait, by teenager you mean it was still a teenager target. By teenager you mean 18, because that is vague. Others who claim to be mine also backpedaled. Yeah, that's to try, and that was once again to try to bury him under the predator pretense, but that failed as well. Then someone managed to fabricate a false apology, but got community noted to do this. Yes, this screenshot evidence the whole story is fabricated. Sykkuno hadn't publicly responded to cheating allegations as of April 12th. This last social media activity was April 8th until later. Yeah, that was until, yeah. Mild Sports, he did apologize, but that was days later as of this point. Yeah, and the smears just kept continuing, which is that this is one of the other worst smear imaginable. This subhuman tried to straight up rape Holtzen, however, she immediately got noted. And after watching this, the whole scenario story was she actually consented to everything that happened there. Woman in this video described giving verbal consent to sexual acts and only expressed regret later upon learning he had a girlfriend. And so all that was buyer's remorse, and that's nothing criminal. Yes, it's upsetting, but it's nothing criminal. But what is criminal is her Holtzen there. So she deserves to be lambasted and imprisoned for that. Yeah, false accusers or things like this deserve to be under the prison. However, this gag managed to help me calm down here. Back in when we realized I was sliding in every small VTuber's DMs, including mine, I felt like he got up on a power imbalance with the small VTubers that already admired him, and thought I could get away with anything because VTubers are more private. and all they DM'd was crap. Yeah, I agree. The power imbalance thing is absolute bullshit. especially if the woman's the one with more power. That's a complete. If that's not that kind of thing's not mentioned in those cases. But the replies are how come I realized this was a gag. Guys, just remember, never talk to women, lose, stay away from her or else they're mine. You still get called Nestafo for that, unfortunately. You still get called Nestafo for claiming them too. Guys, I'm so devastated because the screenshot exists in the world. Oh, surely DMs and nothing else that DMs exists, nothing that really exists. Can we sit crab to me? I'm so scared. No. I'll give you that. So that's why I highlight this here. Just because that was common in case of the more disgusting shit here. Continuing on with this rapid fire in this disaster. Loli Pichu did update this, but she just expressed her disappointment here. Thankfully, she's doing fine, but nothing else as of here. But this part is important because something also super egregious happened here. Please, not special. We're all and yeah, we just play a game. Oh, yeah, any funny ideas. That's most likely also crab game if I recall. But Powder quotes herself, and yes, she is important for here. You can criticize him for cheating, absolutely, and that's deserved. But never once did I feel manipulated by this dude. He's a huge flirt, but I was incredibly aware of the power dynamic. Also, he's just friendly. He's quite forward with his wrist, which I didn't like being around. Just gave me player vibes. I'm gonna flip out on him? No. Usually when someone is like that, they're already talking to multiple people. I see someone trying to play victim and said they didn't have a brain in this situation. Also, some people throwing the word prayer around. I think that's unreasonable. Muja never really was a reliable narrator. A larger creator is friendly enough to play a game with you. Would you say no here? There, unquote. Yes, that one's one of the reactions that are also benign, but she's one of the ones that's debunking the predator thing because most of everyone I've seen either both approach them and were a grown adult in this situation. However, after this one, someone showed their asses. One person definitely showed his ass. That was Mujin here. You can criticize him for cheating, absolutely, but no viewers whatsoever and became desperate to trying everything to be relevant. Such was the appeal to people who hate my channel or pay rent. Am I gonna flip out a serial chat sets with women without telling them they'd be home wreckers? Of course not. More was an obstacle in my income. Mucho was never really a reliable narrator, so his film eventually comes out me being canceled by my aunts for secretly having dated a black guy, even though I kept saying I can't stand minorities. Please don't trust him. And yeah, she actually said none of that. I actually checked. But remember, this is rapid fire, not full sale. Also, English is my first language. I have no idea that prayer can mean a person or organization that uses weaker people for an advantage. But it's okay. Mine gobbles up anything I say anyway. Dumbass sums. But yeah, this is him just mocking her here. Yeah, this is him just absolutely mocking her here. Damn, you're like really mad. And yes, this did ratio him. Yeah, but yes, mandatory okuya. Yeah, mandatory okuyasu here. This okuyasu.
I heard it.
Yeah, that was mandatory. That was mandatory. It's that disgusting. But the ratio didn't just happen once. This is the second time. Also, stop bashing me in a mixed-race relationship, you fuckwad. Gross behavior. And yes, for a third time. In Mount Spoilers, there's a third time that happened. But this is his quote-unquote apology for this. Some members of my community have reached out regarding a few concerns. I want to make sure I properly address them before we move on this topic. Look, I'm flattered that Hemamo treated she considers me a close friend. I'm grateful for her trust. The first time I spoke was on April 7th, so it's narrative that the video was made as a favor to anyone is simply false. Yeah, I had to point that out because this definitely sounds like she came to Mugen first to spread this bullshit further. And it did. It turned into an absolute hellstorm. The truth is, Sykkuno's serial chain manipulation was on the tip of the iceberg. I was hoping that the video would encourage many others who had stayed quiet for years to finally find the courage to talk about their experiences. Unfortunately, the current state of affairs doesn't seem like it'll happen anymore, even if they were somehow fit the image of a perfect victim. I don't blame them whatsoever. Instead, I can only wish them the best and hope that the Yetsu who cheated on for over 5 years can find the peace that she deserves. In other words, all the smears have fell flat as of here so far. As for me, I'll continue making videos that millions of people enjoy, and were prompted, I'm still striving to do the right thing, even if it's not trending. Because that's just how I was raised. It's simply who I am. That I'll never change no matter how many vultures try to desperately farm my name. Thank for being the best comedian I could ever ask for. And I hope to see you in the next video whenever I want. From Muji. However, yes, he locked replies. Yes, you locked replies, and also, yeah, that's my bad. There wasn't an apology here. And yes, and yes, he got ratioed for a third time, and yes, he deserves it. There's a third time, and yes, he deserves this. I forgot to pick this up, but yes, he deserved it.
Mugen, thank you so much for being a fucking retard. You made my night.
Yeah, and that was for the non-apology, and yes, he even got ratioed here. So that's 3 times by the same target. That was complete overkill. However, within all this, it was discovered that someone in the background was also stirring the shit up. That someone had her hand in the drama cookie jar for too long, especially with causing it. That ended up being Bowl's end. She didn't delete this initial post, but no one could hide. Spow, okay. Why'd you lock the replies in recent posts after constantly reporting dumb and false takes only against Sykkuno? Something's wrong, just can't prove it yet. And yeah, that was a quote. Yeah, she actually locked replies from a few of them after she got caught, after she ended up getting caught. She tweeted many other egregious things against him, but all that ended up falling flat as well. She ended up exposing herself by rocking replies here and deleting all her other stuff there. With this, she was forced to explain everything. But to save you the 8 minutes of turmoil, she was in contact with Sykkuno's girlfriend. She was in contact with some of the others as well that did spread it. In fact, she pointed out that she was almost successful in having the girlfriend leave, but at the last moment she forgave him. And Sykkuno pretended to cheat again. And this incident was how come that one tweet ended up showing up. Yes, that tweet that went from a pre-critic to a misandrous tirade. It officially became a misandrous tirade after she got exposed after she got exposed with a few likes there from others. It was downright awful. Didn't wholesale cook her, but it was downright awful, and now there's wholesale cooked her here. Rightfully so. And after all this, and yes, I will read this here. And yes, I will read this here. Sykkuno finally apologizes after, and the girlfriend also brought in a statement after absolutely everything that happened so far within the past 2 weeks. As of here, it's been over 1 to 2 weeks during this grand hellstorm, and this is the climax of this hellstorm. I'd like to apologize to everyone disappointed. Most of all, my girlfriend. I'm so sorry I put you through so much. I never want to make these mistakes again, hurting the people I care about. I was unfaithful, I own and fully admit to that. I lied to people and told them I was single, which I know is not right. And I'm sorry to all those people I hurt by doing this. It's not an attempt to minimize what I have done. However, I've seen false accusations about me that are not true. I cannot allow false accusations and such extreme labels to be placed on me. I do understand that the people making these claims did it from a place of hurt. So please do not send aim or hate to anyone from here. I just want the situation to get better and wish them the best. My girlfriend and I didn't respond very quickly because we were already working on our relationship and communication before all this happened. Having so much private information exposed to the public has made me incredibly difficult for us to heal together. I will be taking a break from streaming the internet to better myself and give us the time we need to try and improve our relationship. Thank you for reading. I'll continue to learn and grow from this experience. And my girlfriend wanted to share her experience. Below is a message written by her. And yeah, on a break, yeah, nobody contacted the girlfriend to see if she was okay with any of this spilling. And that's how, which made this hellstorm even worse. And it just gets worse, and guess what? It just gets worse from here. Hi there. So I want to start to say by thank you to those who have been checking on me and wishing me well during such a difficult time. It's been extremely heartbreaking to learn everything I know now, and going through this has been one of the hardest things I've been put through throughout my life. I've been tossed around from all sides. Me and my reality have been continuously shattered. Though no matter how broken I am, I never want this to be public. It deeply hurts me I wasn't given a choice in that, or even just warrant that this would be happening at all. I didn't want this. Even after the fact, I wish they would have at least checked on me or asked me how I felt about everything, but I hadn't heard anything from the people involved since all this came out. I understand that those involved with him have been hurt as well, but I don't believe my feelings were considering this situation at all. Having my worst fears become my reality, then put on my full display and used for profit for everyone to see is absolutely mortifying. It truly feels like a nightmare. It was already hard enough trying to work things out in private. Sorry. It's just been another layer of added layer of difficulty and stress on top of everything. It's made so much harder for me to cope. Prior to all this becoming public, we were already making changes to improve our relationship, and while I could have chosen to leave, I ultimately made a decision to stay with him in hopes of repairing our relationship together. Yeah, personally, I am fully against staying with a cheater, especially of this caliber. But I digress. Even though all the things I've learned are incredibly disappointing and shocking, I don't think they're irredeemable. It's been hard finding things unfolding this way, but I believe this will be a step in the right direction. Yeah, all this is irredeemable. This is something I can't forgive. But once again, I digress. With time, I hope everyone can focus on healing and being better versions of themselves. And yeah, this isn't being the climax of the Grand Hellstorm. The worst part of this is that everyone that started it ended up. Yeah, absolutely everyone that started this shit was fully complicit in not checking on the girlfriend whatsoever, who was the only victim of this until this point on. This is just an everyone sucks here moment. All of it. gags aside. So that's the big part on that big piece is in. However, there's definitely a ton of smear merchants, including the other worst one around. Which ended up being the... Oh yeah, never mind that one. I'm gonna put this one at the very end because that was fun. But I already segued into the next mirror merchant, which ended up crunching and posting her Google Doc back there. She was brought along with a friend who was inviting him to her 18th birthday at the time. It was confirmed that nothing inappropriate happened then, and he kept his distance. From here. Yeah, he generally had no idea until there. But she still tried to make him out to be a predator, and almost did. However, this ended up being a devil's axe moment that blew up on her face entirely. TLDR for anyone who doesn't want to read a 47-page document provides too much detail pertaining to her sexual life, and yeah, she really went up there. It was that explicit. However, all the explicit shit happened post time skip, a post 5-year time skip where she came on to him. Yes, that was disgusting enough for me to block her. Hell no. She tried to make it seem like he's a predator because they were friends when she was 17, though absolutely nothing happened until she was 18 plus. That was 5 years after which was 5 years after the birthday invite. She tries to dodge accountability in any agency, honestly, by claiming she had ADHD and OCD and eating disorder and blah blah blah, so therefore she's unable to properly engage with human beings, which means Sykkuno took advantage of her. When he didn't. On these ceremonies, so therefore she must have been coerced to all her decisions. Just a bunch of meaningless bullshit. Would have been easier if she just tweeted, Sykkuno cheated on his girlfriend with me too, and just left it at that. Yeah, once again, absolutely nothing happened until far, far later there. So this ended up becoming a cannon that blew up on herself. Yeah, I also highlighted this one. Shannon Bimbos did something incredible. It was so awful that he got people to support the guy who cheated on his girlfriend. It's unreal. Yes, this was from a part where she realized that she was not the only person at all. In fact, he was running the whole harem until here. No, you can't censor the dates here. We need proof that you were actually 17 when making the inappropriate comments, unless you had something else. And yeah, she actually censored the dates there. I mean, that could be. I mean, yeah, that's it. I mean, that's bad on her part, because if that's an important enough to detail where dates were supposed to be, where full dates were supposed to show. But that's the other thing on why this blew up on her face. So the climax of the hell, she was gonna get met with the climax of the Hellstorm, and only got a devil's axe moment. And cooked herself there. From this point on, Mugen decided to drop an apology video for the initial video that he posted about Sykkuno. Then he outlined that Mal reached out initially before the allegations dropped. And this further outlines that Mal had a motive behind the allegations if she was shopping them to bigger YouTubers to signal boost the allegations. And he did private the video. He did private and then nuke the video. He also privated this apology video as well. And it is a 2-minute video. And it is a 2-minute video. We will view this because, yeah, there's definitely some things missing. There's definitely some things missing here.
7th, when I was reached out to by Mal for the first time. I was told that a Google Doc was releasing soon about a big content creator. And this is when I was asked if I wanted access to it early to maybe make a video about it. The document was going to publicly release on the 10th anyway. This means that this wasn't some grand conspiracy, okay? This document was going to release with or without me.
This is fully planned.
Rumors of Sykkuno's behavior have been floating around for a while now between certain content creator circles. None of this was gonna really convince me to make an early video. If you've watched my channel before, then you'd know that I'm someone who highly values both sides of the story. It's actually something that I always implore you to do before forming your own opinions. And while I do receive so many DMs about scoops or exclusive info about certain topics, I mostly never take them, always choosing to wait for things to unfold in public first before making my videos. What made the situation special though was the 17-minute video recording of the voice call between Mal and Sykkuno. My logic here was simple. It was me thinking that we already had the other side of the story, and it was Sykkuno admitting to his wrongdoings in the most raw and unfiltered way possible. So I figured that was enough. At the same time, I thought that since my channel had grown exponentially, don't ask me how or why because I have no idea, I could maybe use my platform for a good cause, spreading awareness about Sykkuno's behavior so that no one else gets tricked into being a homewrecker against their will, while in parallel, encouraging others who have been wronged by him to finally speak up. Additionally,
and this ended up blowing up on everyone's faces here, especially Muljin's here.
Seeing that the person speaking up was doing so from a small account, I figured I could help amplify that message to spread maximum awareness. Now yes, some people could definitely argue that I was desperate for a topic to bring in views, but to me it didn't matter because I was already lucky enough to be able to cover niche topics I enjoy and still somehow reach over 1 million views on them. Again, don't ask me how because I don't know, but that was just the reality. Here's the thing though. Releasing the video around the same time as the document meant that I was taking a substantial risk by putting my channel's reputation on the line. I knew this, even at the time, but it was a risk I was willing to take if it meant that I was doing the right thing. Unfortunately though, it didn't really work out as I had hoped, and I ended up making mistakes that I need to take accountability for, which is why we're here today.
And that was the video, but yeah. The initial viewing, I already knew what was going to be missing and what was missing. Yeah, his twatter freakery was what's missing. The twatter freakery, especially with him attacking Powder and end up having it blowing up in his face. That was me when this happened.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man? Bro, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
Yeah, tripping is right. Yeah, this apology only worked for his initial fan base that was staying with him, but absolutely everyone else. But everyone that left and absolutely everyone else wasn't buying it, especially considering that, hearing that his giant crash out against Powder earlier was a minute from this, despite being the main topic of the Sykkuno Hellstorm, and that crash out ended up becoming a part of it. This was all because she was trying to go against the narrative at hand. The narrative at hand, and he and some of the main orchestrators had tried. So yeah, Mujo released a full apology and accountability video for Sykkuno's situation as he takes out an original video. He admits a back channel in the coordination with exclusive early access to the Google Doc from Loli. Apologies for the usage of the word predator as the words associated with pedophiles or sexual predators. Promises to never use it again except in those cases. He admits that the video was rushed, biased, and lacked counterfactuals. Mucho apologized directly to the girlfriend for a public exposure and the harm caused by the video. He then made a commitment towards objectivity and balanced presentation going forward. Oh yeah, that was some of the apology, not the full thing. Yeah, this one is huge. He promised to never do another early scoop video. Only ones when the story has played out already. So good, at least acknowledge that the video was wrong and took the video down. Also, the primary villain in this whole saga is now also Hemo Mag, who essentially used Mujo for her own gain and clout instead of letting Sykkuno's girlfriend handle the situation privately. Yeah. Yeah, and they were both absolute crooks here. Yeah, and they are both 100% absolute crooks here. But then he posts this at the same time as the apology. But once again, something is missing. Yes, about the other crash out earlier. But this is about the main Hellstorm. Some members of my community have reached out regarding a few concerns, and I want to make sure I properly address them before we fully move on to this topic. Wait. Move on to this topic at last. Wait. I think I already did that one. Did I already do that one? Yeah. Yeah, I must have already did that one. Yeah, I already did that one. That's my bad. That's 100% my fault. And because no, this was gonna be to top this off, but this was also the other timeline that helped me. Okay, so let me get this straight. Sykkuno's girlfriend finds out her partner of 5 years is a cheater. Devastated, decides to handle it privately and work throughout the relationship behind the scenes. Enter Bao, Mal, and Bucci. Bao already knew about the infidelity for months, but instead act being a normal human being, telling the victim directly, beg to him about the prayers of farm engagement, and then, oh my god, T replies. X is behind, seems gossipingly and validate her own morals' superiority. And that one fucked her up last year. This fucked her up further now. Rightfully so. Mal aggressively decides to the bigger creator's DMs, find he's a liar and a cheater, but instead just blocking and moving on for a 40-page Google Doc thesis. Try to weaponize their small creator stats to fame scummy cheating and some grand exploitative power dynamic. Yeah, that's a better term for that. Yeah, that's the better tone for that. Luchin seems a private relationship scandal. Smells a sweet scent of ad revenue like Sykkuno files clicks. Speaking around a highly hit piece video throwing around the prayer labels to appease the algorithm. And yeah, that looks like years and that looked like a good while of research onto this. So that was definitely coordinated. Don't even bother giving the actual victim a heads up or asking for her consent on this at all. Force her trauma onto the public stage, completely removing her agency. Unfold the accusers right after the drop to pretend you're an objective journalist and not a drama farmer. Read the girlfriend's actual statement. She's literally terrified of reality, shattering her nightmare was put on full display and used for profit. She explicitly said she wasn't given a choice, even checked by the saviors involved. These main three alongside the lynch mob tried to play the white knight heroes protecting the community, and all I did was nuke an innocent woman's mental health for a week of relevance and community validation. Religion, for love of God, take that damn video if you actually care about the real victim in this story. And that was quote the Sykkuno's apology. He already did take it down, but the damage was already done. It was already fully done. And absolutely everyone involved in this is still absolute scum. Yeah, Sykkuno's girlfriend's horrid for cheating, and Sykkuno's absolute scum himself, but the smear merchants made themselves far worse. Made themselves far worse than him. Especially because everyone had to defend him from far worse allegations. Nations that could have utterly destroyed him. If it weren't for everyone being a grown consenting adult involved with his shenanigans. And everyone and a lot of people approaching him first too. So yeah, everyone is get. So yeah, everyone barring the very last guy that was just there, barring the very last guy I'm gonna show. Absolutely everyone barring the very last guy I'm gonna show, and everyone that was debunking all the bullshit. Yeah, everyone deserved this clip here. No, thank you.
Your pussy.
Let's cook
Hey,
him.
bring the camera, son. Bring the camera.
Bring the camera.
All the young girls who want to make life with pussy, your pussy will perish with you in hell. May your pussy perish with you. May your smooth pussy, creamy pussy, and tight pussy perish with you. Say a good amen.
Fully deserved. Yeah, this one was one of the more disgusting things I ran into for the month. However, something funny did happen. Something extremely funny did happen among all this. Extremely funny did happen among this. It was the voiceover shenanigans. And someone wanted to do it in Sykkuno's part in a Deku voice. And Deku's actual English voice actor managed to go in. Yeah, it was his. Yeah, that was his own tweet, but he ended up nuking it But he ended up nuking it after his PR team found out. Ball featured this gem anyway.
I would like to apologize to everyone I have disappointed. Most of all, to my girlfriend. I am so sorry I put you through so much. I never want to make these mistakes again and hurt you and the people I care about.
Yeah, this was too good.
I was unfaithful. And I own and fully admit that. I lied to people and told them I was single, which I know is not right. I'm sorry to all of the people that I hurt by doing this. The following is not an attempt to minimize what I have done. However, I have seen some false accusations about me that are not true. I cannot allow false accusations and such extreme labels to be placed on me. I do understand that the people making these claims did it from a place of hurt. So please do not send any more hate to anyone. I just want the situation to get better. And I wish them the best. My girlfriend and I didn't respond quickly because we were already working on our relationship and communication before all this happened. Having so much private information exposed to the public has made it incredibly difficult for us to heal together. I will be taking a break from streaming and the internet to better myself and give us the time we need to try and improve our relationship. Thank you for reading, and I will continue to learn and grow from this experience. My girlfriend wanted to share her experience. Below is a message written by her.
And that's that. Yeah, that was too good. That was too good not to share. But yeah, that was absolute skullduggery all around. Now, that concludes the Cliffnotes version of this Grand Hellstorm. With that, let's go outside. Yeah, this outside. This or any other saying, check, I would have gone outside regardless because of how dumb this shit was. Chat, are you okay? From Links, bro. Yeah, the best team Sargon and Kai ever, best term Sargon and Kai ever coined was smear merchants. That was from him. Whoa, damn. Also, not gonna allow any of these people. Lynx Bro, congratulations, you're a blessed man. And I mean, truly, you are a blessed man. And congratulations. Yeah, same here, yeah. Yeah, Nate, congratulations. You're a blessed man as well. Just want to get to the goofy stuff. Thankfully that's up ahead. And thankfully that's up ahead. This next one is also pretty dumb. Oh man, oh, my poor beautiful planet. Oh. My poor beautiful planet tab. Now I'll go up. Oh man, oh well. Oh well. Is that what was three smear merchants? But yeah. Okay, next topic. Where was that again? This one. Yes, this one. Yeah, that was absolute skullduggery. Yeah, that still lasted a long while, but thankfully now, full 3 hours of me just riding everyone. Just one which was being backshot last year. Now I have to do backshot roulette through a bunch of them. But yeah, with this next topic. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely wise not to do officer relationships, especially in general. No, thank you. Especially in the chance that it goes completely and utterly wrong. And this ended up going wrong for the both of them here. Yes, this ended up going completely and utterly wrong for the both of them here. Yeah, I remember that one, yeah. So yeah, VTuber Internet just ruined the careers of two of its talents for committing the worst crime in the island industry imaginable. Falling in love in a damn office. Yeesh. Yeah, that's definitely frowned upon in JP's case. I think the lab everywhere else doesn't care. With the exception of the stuff that ended up picking up the culture, with the areas that ended up picking up the culture. Well, except for areas that actually picked up the culture, most everyone else doesn't care. Japan and yeah, the VTuber scene in general ended up tied to that, so that's how this happened. Yeah, the Japanese agency Limitless abruptly expelled 2 of its talents by issuing a cold statement that publicly exposed them forever and romantic relationship of them for putting fan trust at risk. For these companies, it's much easier to destroy 2 entire careers and seize their accounts than accept that behind the call for anime avatars of real human beings with feelings. And that's the 2 that ended up getting straight up terminated. This was the thing from Limitless too. That was their agency. And yes, they both got straight terminated. Yeah, but I honestly hope they recover from this. So that was just disgusting. Yeah, watch them go in together and be super successful. Yeah, I hope that happens too, Lynx, bro. I honestly hope that happens too. Still fall in love at the damn office is rough news in general. No thank you. I do not recommend such a thing. But I still hope things are well for the both of them. But I really still hope things are well for the both of them, especially after something egregious as this. No. Okay, back outside. The bonfire's outside. It's always outside. It's always gonna be outside. For safety reasons. Inside we do it Sage and some other things. Means to combat witchery. But this is where Team Hatsuno is at their strongest. So that's why the bonfires are here for Team Walpurgis Night. Well, mine's that gear monster and whatever Black Book is roaming around turning chicks into futanati themselves. Crass anime references aside. Oh yeah, this next one is super silly. Yeah, this next one is super silly. I had to check out the resulting product of that. That's how come. That's how silly this is. Just a screenshot, just that screenshot. Nothing else, okay? Okay? Okay. Okay. Yeah, that silly thing also trended for a good few days. It was that egregious. There I go using that word again. I hope nobody's playing drinking games with that. I went against that, so therefore I legally liably am not responsible for any drinking games gone wrong, okay? Okay? Okay. And I forgot about that term. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that term, making sure that does. Actually scan an area. This device is all weird. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, now we're getting into the deliciously dumb stuff. Hey, sweetie! This is bad. I'm even calling the browser sweetie. Yeah. There we go. From Nate, I actually took some melatonin gummies too early. Okay, best of luck with that one. Yeah, nice. That's disaster. This one's actually super silly. It's another Twilight disaster. It's actually super silly. But yeah, definitely some precautions here. If something's gonna happen like this, definitely take any health-related precautions, or bad things will happen. So I was testing a Wombe ASMR microphone that broke and sat me. At first I thought it was something like this.
Would you shut up? I'm trying to masturbate up here.
But no, it's not that cases like that. But thankfully, it's not for cases like that. Okay, it can be. Okay, Menos actually can be. Oh, okay, it can be. Be fine. But still. My new waterproof microphone come tomorrow. I'll do internal ASMR on Tuesday as of this. What did you get? Yeah, my daughter pop up. Yeah, something so suspected of my daughter. And yes, that was her artist mom here. And yes, she was actually doing Wombe ASMR. Yes, that kind of ASMR. And the actual, yeah, she actually did it on YouTube as well. It was actually it actually worked well. Yeah, it actually worked well. However, nothing truly egregious back there. It was just. And yes, to spoil ahead, it was a small mic. It was a small mic that ended up dealing with that sort of thing. And yes, you were able to hear everything there. Yes, you really were able to hear everything there. And yes, yes, I have to bonk her, and well, everyone else for that. This is mandatory. Yeah, this is mandatory. Yeah, that was 100% mandatory. Yeah, well, and this was also advertised through legit Rule 34. Yes, that site. This is advertised at that site too. And no one actually paid him. According to the stream, no one actually paid him at all. The admin did it himself. Yes, the damn admin of that site did it himself. It was still a fun time. It was still a fun time, and yes, if you actually did check out, I was in chat. But some funny shit happened to do this. Hey guys, did you know Shrimp V7 does not make a good Wombe ASMR macro though? Me too, is what I'm using in stock hospital though. Don't worry guys, I did not shove a studio calling up my officials to, I don't even do ASMR. If you're wondering what that looks like, it's this. Don't worry, I didn't reveal anything important. Yeah, that 100% warrants this. Why? Once again, there's a special type of mic to handle for that. This one ain't one of them. We're gonna break the mic. That's gonna yeah, and that's gonna damage the insides. You might end up losing certain parts if this goes completely and utterly wrong. The rest of it's just silly stuff from here. From cheaper reviews, okay. What the fuck did I just wake up to? Yes, that actually became a news trend on Twitter. When ASMR tends to lead to ER visiting warnings. Rares, mainly VTuber ASMRs from Japan seem to insert small microphones up their vaginas to capture gurgles and pulses. Dub it ASMR, or fetal return ASMR. Oh yeah, unbirthing unbirthing. There's that thing. Though it's a really vaginal sound since the cervix blocks the womb. And that's how that was also confirmed in that stream there. Yeah, anything past the womb is a no-go. That's supposed to hurt like hell. That's supposed to hurt like hell, and it's not the funny kind of torture. Okay, it's kind of funny, but still. The trend surged around April 10th, and after mishap stories like Poco's failed Shoria NV7 attempt that didn't fit, prompted reactions from anatomy clarification by Mom VT, safety tips and jokes from others like Cyco MD. And yes, the doctor actually chimed into this. While some push tiny sterile mites, doctors warn of infection and injury risk from such do-yourself experiments. And even went back to that thallus to belly chart, that hentai thallus to belly chart of what would actually happen if that much dick got in you in real life. That would definitely go well past the cervix. That would definitely go well past the cervix and can be fatal. So reset the clock to days or months gone with sanity checks gone without anything shoved up anyone's vagina. Yeah. And yes, this is one of the people mentioned here. Okay, I have to say something. It's not womb ASMR. What you're hearing is a vagina ASMR. And they actually got the mic into their womb. Oh man. One thing I can say is thank God for careless people. Thank God for careless people. The car key was on left on a table. Yeah, she was actually memeing. Earlier, Poco was actually memeing. She memed way too hard. She didn't even own a Shure mic. She's an Electro Voice loyalist. No one shoved his mic up in anyone's coochie hole, don't worry. But to close out, here's this. Folks, this is the kind of mic you're supposed to use for womb ASMR, aka vagina ASMR. A lavalier condenser microphone. Oh my god, I don't even know what you ladies are using it, but it should not be hurting. And she actually quoted herself. Okay, wait. Why am I seeing tweets about women ASMR being painful? What kind of microphones are girls putting in their vaginas? Why is it painful? You said K1 mic for a true affected spirit. That's just the entire head one. Actually scanning that. Yeah, that's the entire head one. And that was an ultrasound picture, don't worry. That one under was an ultrasound picture, don't worry. Oh yeah! Scanning, scanning, scanning. Oh my god. Yeah, for those wondering what scan complete, for those wondering what that looks like. It's this guy. This is, yeah, there's that small mic for. Yeah, that's supposed to be the small mic for for examination or unbirthing ASMR. This is for something else. And no, the working parts are supposed to be the ears. And this one's a good quality one. This is an extremely good quality one. The working parts are supposed to be the ears, and I know everything around it is affected. If you're gonna have this thing eating the coochie hole, come on. A dying sound's gonna work that way. And now I'm picturing this guy be like this.
You better hide your grandmama, cause I'll fuck her too.
A pro tip from my moderator Nate: please don't be shoving stuff up your vagina. Unquote. Oh, I can pin messages again. I can pin messages again. No, from myself. I can't put my own messages. Come on. I can pin everyone else's but mine. Why? From Linkspo, these things are usually for testing multi-hundred and multi-$1,000 headphones. I better pin that for a good bit. Yeah, I'll pin that for a good bit. Lesson learned. Please don't be shoving stuff up your vagina. That's the lesson of the night, folks. Outside, back outside. Oh yeah, those things are usually for testing multi-hundred, multi-$1,000 headphones, but they've been actually also been used for types of ASMR before. And I've definitely seen those types of ASMR before and that does work. If it's for loot purposes, it's for atmospheric purpose or roleplay purposes. Which can also fit in the former. The first one I definitely remember is a barbershop ASMR where that involves roleplay, where you're going to a barber. And it's the scissors trimming type of a barber. No actual clippers were involved. No hot combs were involved too, don't worry. Oh no, oh no. Oh no, this one's nasty. Oh yeah, that one's yeah, I definitely had that in the docket on purpose. This one's nasty. Hey assistant. Hey assistant, we're in for a long night. Don't worry, we're tackling this Tower of Terror together. And yeah, this definitely needs a clip or something. Yeah. Where's that one? The other one. The other one. Yeah, that one. Yes, that one. Yeah, that's why I have to feature here, because this one's just straight up, mind-numbingly dumb. Yeah, we've been through this topic before. We've been through this kind of topic before, but this is just dumb enough. That viral 7 trend ended up becoming real the new chicken nugget release. And everyone's just gonna confuse that with 9, so watch. But still, yeah, but still. Yeah, still. No thank you.
Get the girls. The other one. The other one. The other one. No. Today we need the big one.
That's warranted.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that bad. So produce turn on the internet's most unavoidable faces in a real menu item with a limited drop here straight from general household. The company announced the Sit 7 chicken nuggets on April 16th. The new product shaped like the number 6 and 7, inspired by the viral trend that spread across TikTok and beyond. Nuggets watched exclusively at Whale Mart stores nationwide starting May 1st. Right on this Walpurgis Night. With the suggested retail price of $7.24 in a limited run, and that's gonna round up depending on the tax. The release taps into the Menos split craftsman's carpals and social feeds of recent months, with brands increasingly learning the trends that continues to circulate across. Chicken nuggets like 6 and 7 at Walmart in May. And yeah, according to Purdue, the nuggets are made 100% natural chicken raised with no antibiotics and cooked in a panko praying for a crispy finish. The product is fully cooked and ready to heat, following the brand safety for standard frozen lineup. Although there's still safety concerns. The company is also running a giveaway tied to the launch between April 16th and April 27th. Fans can enter online for a chance to win one of the 7 free bags before the purchase at the shelves. Winners will be selected from an entry submitted through the official page. Oh wait, I said my message was Chris Purdue, Senior Vice President of Marketing and Digital e-commerce, addressed the trend directly in the announcement. Yes, one of the things that parents haven't been able to escape. Carpos Costas dinner table, he said. We figure it's going to show up at the mealtime anyway, so might as well be on the plane. And this is absolutely everyone's reaction to this, by the way.
What's wrong with y'all niggas? What's wrong with you?
What the fuck is wrong with you? They're probably available in around 3,000 Walmart locations across the U.S. starting from May 1st while supplies last. Or Prep may be the first to jump in on the trend of the limited edition chicken nuggets, not the very first man to take part. TGI's Fridays also launched the Sit 7 Kids Club back in December. Both ways and Domino's is also over Sit 7 with these. Oh my god. From links, but speaking of, time to ruin your day. If you're a 67th like in the video on mobile, YouTube will pop up the 679. Oh man, I really should have used this last top. I really should have used the following last topic. I forgot to, but yeah, this also warns this in YouTube's end.
Y'all are into some fucked up shit, and I hope you get, I hope you get the help you need. I really, truly, I hope you get the help you need from deep within this sheriff's heart. Please get some help.
That's real, by the way. Nick got to get him. That was Nick Starling, one of the channel regulars, by the way. Actually outside. Lord help us all. That's all I'll say further. Lord help us all. Oh yeah, I don't internet, stop it. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm actually scanning that. Yeah, I'm actually scanning that one. And yeah, I will skip some parts of this. Some parts we don't need. There's some parts we don't need. That crook is just disgusting. Yeah, I know. This crook is just disgusting. Oh yeah. Yeah, I definitely covered this crook before. Yeah, and this was an absolute crook. No, I was... No, over there. Yeah. Yeah, I have dealt with it. Yeah, I have dealt with only one of the more egregious... Yeah, I meant to deal with one of the more egregious things that have... From this crook, from the following crook. That was not Rule 5 breaking, but don't worry, I will skip the Rule 5 breaking stuff up ahead of time. But yeah, this next one's about the crook that have managed to ruin travel for well, everyone involved. Well, everyone. Well, absolutely everyone. And this crook led to some others acting wild as well due to this. Which had left an even worse taste in my mouth for me wanting to visit actually anywhere that isn't legit demonic. And even then, you just don't act like the thing. You just don't act like what this next guy did for, like that even for the demonic areas. But don't worry, this crook actually got what he deserved. Okay, over there. Yes, we have to. Yes, yes, I had to change things for this. Yes, I had to change things for this and correct that thing, please. Thank you. Yeah, it shouldn't be too. Yeah, it shouldn't be too concerning. No, this is just disgusting all around. Hold on, everyone. This is just disgusting all around. Well, what I can say further is that he actually got what he deserved. And yeah, this next person was actually the topic. From when my friend Alexander Smith was talking about and warranted this golden thing.
It's sad, that man John Harmon.
Oh, it was destiny, brother.
Okay. Okay, so here's the crook at hand. Johnny Somali ended up being found guilty of all charges as South Korea sentenced to stream to prison with labor. And that was well deserved. And that's 100% well deserved. Now I'm underestimating, and it's an understatement of how well deserved this crook ended up getting. Although I was disappointed on it just being 6 months. It deserved to be far longer. But I ended up having an early Walpurgis Night present. There's an early Walpurgis Night present that ended up showing up later. Let's go over this. Johnny Somali has been sentenced to prison with labor in South Korea for all his bullshit. He put the place and everywhere else he visited through. Putting an end to the streamer's legal saga in the country that garnered international media attention. Or did it? On April 14th, a judge in South Korea sentenced Johnny Somali, capping off one of the most documented influencer trials to date. This balloon of court appearance hit the Somali upset the judge by claiming the law was unfair because another Korean streamer Bonbon shared that the same deepfake videos he had and wasn't facing consequences for it, even though that deepfake was aimed towards him. Despite just being kissing in Korea, yeah, by culture, Korea immediately assumes it's fourth base. Yeah, they always immediately assume it's fourth base. It's a handling me, but dead serious. Prosecution, meanwhile, recommended 3 years in prison hard labor for the American, causing Somali's mother file a petition asking for leniency. Egg donor, sorry. That thing was not damn mother to begin with. That title is earned. As per loyal and YouTube legal minds that has been documenting the trial since the very beginning, Somali was found guilty of all charges, including the deepfakes which come with the biggest penalty. Legal consequences also call for Somali to receive a far longer sentence. And so do I. As such, Somali will be reportedly going to a specialized labor prison where his stone will be confiscated and he will receive offender status. And deepfake one's the life ender one there. And that's gonna be yeah, and that's gonna be on for a that's on for a limited time, but it's a permanent black eye. Then the judge sentenced him to 6 months prison. Judge Park Ji-won of Southwestern and Seoul Western District Council Criminal Division 1, sentenced Johnny Somali to 6 months prison and 20 days in detention for business obstruction and distributing fabricated video material under the Special Act of Punishment of Sexual Violence Crimes. The court also ordered a 5-year employment ban at institutions related to children, adolescents, and people with disabilities, saying he got straight up sent to the sex offender registry for the deepfakes. Once his sentence concludes in his deport, he will be required to register as a sex offender in the United States of severe. And yes, this follows him there. And yes, this nightmare follows him there as well. So if he's not done up in prison, that's definitely he's definitely facing far worse back home. The defendant repeatedly committed these offenses against an unspecified number of victims in order to profit from YouTube broadcasts. That's although he got banned everywhere, including Kick, and you have to be damn egregious in order to get banned from Kick. Or anywhere else. Or anywhere else that handles the super vile creators. If you even get banned from there, you've been that bad. Degree which he disregarded the rule of law severe and has broadcasted situations where committing the crimes, the judge told the court. Although it appears to have suffered disadvantage such as being banned from leaving the country and being unable to return to some country for an extended period, the court considered the possibility of similar crimes could be triggered again in determining the sentence. Yeah, and all he do is keep recording himself and keep claiming all a ton of bullshit about escaping the country. And there were times where he actually attempted it, but he got caught every time. And where is that? Yeah, I was actually looking for this. Forgive my long pause, I was actually looking for this.
So now we know two things. You're an idiot.
And that's all we need to know. Yeah, and that's 100% all we need to know. Judge finally asked Giant Somali for any reason why he shouldn't go to prison. He said, "Well, I have family back home. I need a chance to change my life as a young person, a second chance to do better." Ah, lick me. He just lick me. No way, don't do that. Don't do it. I don't want what disease he got. Hell no. Oh, no. One final attempt to avoid prison, Somali told the judge, "Well, I have family back home. I need a chance to change my life as a young person. A second chance to do better." You had too many chances already. The countries that you visit, you raised hell in the they gave you they ended up giving you too many second chances. But this was common. In fact, the court proceedings hadn't done any acts of offend anyone, but shows I learned a lesson. Ooh. Judge was unmoved and proceeded with the detention order. Somali have the opportunity to reveal the ruling within 1 week. As of writing. Prosecution will also be able to appeal as they recommend a much longer sentence too. So Giant Somali's chaotic South Korean saga. In 2024, after arrest, during trips to Japan and Israel, Giant Somali, aka Ramsey Khalid Ismail, headed to South Korea as a net stop in his streaming career, and much like his previous visits abroad, the American quickly sparked outrage. He straight up raised hell. Yeah, straight up raised hell, being twerked on some war rape monument there. Yeah, he's already been well past unforgivable, but this went to a new level. This caused matchup controversy, with even the country's parliament taking notice here. Korean residents and fellow streamers then proceeded to take out their anger at Somali by even hunting him down, even placing a bounty on his whereabouts. In one viral incident, a former Korean Navy SEAL turned YouTuber knocked out Somali and later had legal fines paid by content creator donut operator. And yes, he had it coming. And yes, he definitely had it coming. Yeah, that was memed on before, but he had 100% coming. During his first appearance, Stern Sartorius showed up late, hung on, and was wearing some really Rule 5 breaking things. As the trial progressed, Somali pleaded guilty of numerous charges, including multiple obstructions of business charges and 2 counts of violating the Minor Offenses Act. However, he maintained that he was not guilty of deepfake charges that came with the most severe penalties. The same penalties that cooked him. Apologizing for his actions, that they weren't sincere, of course. I did some foolish things under the influence of alcohol. I didn't realize the consequences. I sincerely apologize for this. Having been born and raised in the United States, I didn't realize how serious the consequences of these actions should not be illegal in the United States. Could be in Korea. Yeah, they were. They totally were. case confirms as authorities ramp up enforcement against live stream creators, with several high-profile figures facing major legal fallout over on-camera antics. Fatali, for instance, Sambo spent nearly 300 days detained in the Philippines after a string of incidents, including harassing locals, theft, making inappropriate advances towards the security guard, and took the guard's weapon. He was later deported to Russia, which was his home country. And honestly, he also deserved far longer. In Canada, YouTube Picador was arrested after he yelled gun at a crap movie theater for content. And you can't yell fire there either. That's definitely gonna get, unless there's an actual fire, someone actually had a gun. That's definitely gonna get you there. And all of this for clout. Also, Jack Doherty, yet another nuisance content creator, was reportedly facing up to 7 years in prison as of this, after a controversial streamer resulted in charges of resisting arrest and possession of controlled substance while filming content. This is just some of them. No idea if any of those were on Twitch's end, but the lot of even worse, more egregious scenarios of Twitch ended up letting them go because they were darlings to them, which is just vile. It's just super vile. It's just 100% super vile. Absolutely no thank you. Which is just vile. Absolutely no thank you. No thank you.
I'm sorry, do you have any fucking idea how rude that was?
That was all past rude. However, in the midst of all this, this dumbass ended up giving everyone an early Walpurgis Night. John Somali stuck in jail hell as the steamer's prison appeal instance in time of high bars. And yes, he actually went there. Even when he got locked up, he actually went there.
You went full retard, man. Never go full retard.
Yeah, there's all. No, I'm posting that later. Jonathan Moss found after being sentenced to 6 months in prison with labor in South Korea. Once again, too damn small sentence. Should have been, well, 12 years at least. But that's personally. Resulting in him being stuck in a detention center hell as he awaits a second trial. Notorious streamer John Somali, real name Ramsey Khalid Ismail, made international headlines with broadcasts from Korea, which caused chaos throughout the country. And on April 14th, he was found guilty of multiple obstructions of business charges and distributing deepfakes, which will require him to register as a sex offender in the United States once he's deported. That deportation, however, could be even farther away now he has submitted an appeal for his prison sentence. Yeah, he actually appealed, which is gonna be a longer process while locked up. According to legal experts, he's essentially doubled his time on high bars. I don't know where it is in this show, but now I remember there's someone that, yes, it was a cartoon series, there's someone that said, "Thank you for being so dumb." But I swear to you, I have the next best thing.
She's a stupid motherfucker. She's a stupid motherfucker. She's a stupid motherfucker. She's a stupid motherfucker.
John Somali is prosecuted appealed the 6-month prison sentence. According to law, YouTuber League of Minds, the prosecutor originally requested Somali spend 3 years behind bars prior to appeal. Hopefully this ends up warranting a longer time. Likely astroturf it just to fuck with his crook. We're locked in for a second trial. It may take a year or more. But Somali in detention the entire time, he said. Even more time. Stop it. I can only be so erect. Pause. The official China Somali appeal update. Prosecutors in Ramsey Khalid Ismail officially submitted an appeal today. In South Korea, proof below translated. We're locked in for a second trial. It may take a year or more, with Somali in detention the entire time. And not only that, but Somali also filed an appeal trying to get his sentence reduced, but that actually means he'll be in custody even longer. The movie Somali actually dooms him to a far worse fate in detention centers that keeps him in custody even longer. Legal Mind said, explain. Do I want to use that? Do I want to use that? Do I want to use that? Oh, I want to use that. You know what? I want to use that. It's under destruction. I mean, yeah, that gets lots all just the volume just a bit. Yeah, this actually doomed him. Yeah, yes, this actually doomed him. And yes, I have that clip. I actually referenced that clip and jumping in on the meme myself, but still.
Freeze. Fireball. Freeze. Doom.
Doom? 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 What do you mean? Doom? 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 What? What? What do you mean?
Sorry, I'm like...
Just I jumped into that, but that's enough. Now there's an official Giant Somali appeal update. Ramsey Khalid Ismail officially submitted an appeal today in South Korea. This move by Somali actually dooms him to far worse pain. Wait, I already read that. That's my bad. Giant Somali detention center hell conditions revealed. His detention centers are described as hell and even worse in labor prisons, with 6 people in the cell, 1 shower per week. Damn. Wow. I didn't hear of anyone. I didn't hear of that one. This is the first time I've heard of that for prison. The food being only buckets of rice and soup, 30 minutes of outdoor time every other Saturday, and no air conditioning. Even once his sentence is finished, he will still be stuck in a detention center awaiting his appeal trial, which could last over a year. So he fucked himself worse than absolutely anyone in any porn site ever did. While the time in detention during his appeal in court will towards his overall sentence, even if his appeal is successful, he can be in prison for longer regardless. He's going to hell. Yeah, that's right. We'll have to see exactly what happens with the appeal and when the streamer can actually return to the United States. People in prison are forced to shower. They're normally forced to shower. But I assumed it was daily until here. I assumed it was daily until here. Then again, we're talking South Korean prison. Especially this type of prison. And this is the advanced native prison. Not some silly tourist prison. We'll have to see exactly what happens when the appeal and when the streamer can actually return to the United States, if at all. Yeah, y'all can keep his ass. This time, Korean is turned into a nightmare with Somali be hunted and even knocked out by a former special forces soldier turned YouTuber. And that's the detention situation. Unquote, unquote. This goes through examples I've already gone to. But yeah, he absolutely deserved everything that came and is somehow coming to him still. I only had to cover this because I did cover him before when something silly enough that isn't Rule 5 breaking happened. And that's why I'm roasting his ass like this. Yeah, I got one more clip for, I actually got one more clip for this thing. Actually, I got one more before we go outside. Here.
Oh, shit! That's not my pump!
Had worse coming.
You got knocked the fuck out!
Actually back outside. Yeah, actually back outside. Yeah, he definitely had it coming. Yeah, and this was planned the moment I heard he was gonna get fully locked up in April. And that happening, and his dumbass managed to somehow make it stay far longer. Yeah, that's gonna suck. Chat, are you guys okay? From Living Sunday, also welcome. Hope everything's well with you. Has Tri's mom been sentenced to 7 jail for eternity? Yeah, should have been well over that. Should have been well over that amount of years, really, for what he did. His male aspects in general look horrible. But yeah, even more dumb stuff incoming. Oh wait, did I accidentally press? No, I didn't press anything back. Oh, good. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, but this next one's just wild. This next one's just straight up wild, man. Wow, the specialized text that can happen via YouTube titles. Yes, those are allowed. Yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah, this next one. Yeah, this continues the theme. Yeah, while this next one continues the jail theme, it's still damn ridiculous at that. It's still damn ridiculous at that. You're also able to go to prison for this now. For the, yeah. What did I press? Oh Lord, what did I press? No, I meant to press studio mode. Oh, thank goodness. Nothing bad happened. Oh, thank goodness nothing bad happened. But yeah. So I still can't believe you're able to go to prison for this. So yeah, Japanese man jailed over Godzilla spoilers. Yes, you can actually go to prison for this now. And upon reading it, I questioned, wait, even the older ones? But no, turns out this one's for the latest one, and someone got a hard time for that. Yes, the Japanese courts ruled that even writing about Godzilla Minus One can land you in trouble. After one man's spoiler-heavy summaries earned him a suspended prison sentence and a hefty fine. What? Bruh, what? 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 What?
Let me see this tablet real quick. Let me see what's on there. Nigga! What is this? What is this shit, bro?
Hey, bro. What is this? Yeah, what is this? Someone actually got jailed for that. That's a dick move that can get you banned, and that can get you banned in chats rightfully, but yeah, this is overkill. This is overkill. Even Godzilla's blasts are less egregious than this. We all know that Japan actually takes Godzilla very seriously. The character isn't just another giant monster stomping through cities. He's become part of the culture. Like the country's very own personal mascot. It's no surprise that the Japanese court took accusations of Godzilla Minus One spoilers, including plot breakdowns that border on copyright infringement, very seriously. 39-year-old Wataru Takeuchi had to find out the hard way. You also know that pirating films or posting cam rips is illegal in most places in the world. But most of us wouldn't have guessed that simply by posting spoilers could land you in the same kind of trouble as pirating movies. Wow, and that's next level bullshit, sir. Takeuchi ran a site that covered summaries of movies and anime, posting images and dialogue from films and TV shows, including Godzilla Minus One and the Anime Overlord 3. Yes, that third season. Yes, they even covered the beginning, middle, and end of all the films they featured. Yeah. It wasn't just that, they spoiled all the things. So yeah, while that's a bad look, while that's a very bad look, it still doesn't warrant any prison, bruh. That was a big no, and more than enough for a Tokyo district court to hand out a hard and maybe harsh sentence of 18 months prison and $1 million yen fine at Takeuchi. Damn! Damn! That much? Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa! Yeah. Even though I'm speechless. Oh, what's this? It's that serious. 1 year, 6 months prison. For posting spoilers. It all began when the rights holders Tohon Katokawa Shoten filed campaigns through the Content Overseas Distribution Association, arguing that Takeuchi's articles actually crossed the line. According to them, this wasn't just commentary, but actually full-blown adaptations. And yeah, he spoiled everything, start to finish. That guy chronicled everything start to finish. The court agreed. See, under Japanese law, an adaptation isn't just a remake or just a spin-off. It can include anything that recreates its work while keeping its main look or theme the same. Summon Takeuchi assistant. Yeah. I know, I'm sorry. It's that bad. My bad, continuing. Some of Takeuchi's summaries has stretched past 3,000 characters and actually revealed entire films scene by scene. There wasn't a critique or analysis here. It's just a copy paste of the movies through stills and dialogue. Wow. Those aren't reviews. You're right. Those aren't reviews at this point. This is just This is just a chronicalization of what happened throughout the entire film, or the entire work here. Worst of all, the site was largely successful before they were busted. Definitely checking for spoiler. Yeah, I understand checking for spoilers in case some fuck shit happens. But yeah. This is just wild. From Pescat Scorpio, and yes, Godzilla -1 got a sequel there. Continuing on. Yeah, that's good to know. That's actually the only good thing to know out of this one. Continuing. Worst of all, the site was largely successful. Before they were busted, in 2023 it made around 38 million yen, roughly $240,000 through ads. The prosecution focused on that detail during the trial, farming the business as commercial exploitation rather than fandom. Of course it won't end there. CODA, the Content Overseas Distribution Association, has already promised that more sites like this could be targeted next. They promised to stomp through the internet like Godzilla, crushing all spoiler-heavy content sites in their way. Unquote. Ugh. Yeah, this is just nasty, man. This is just straight up nasty. Now I can actually do hard time just for spoilers like this. Yeah, it's a dit move. It's a dit move that can get you banned most everywhere that cares. But yeah. Prison's too hard for that. No, thank you. Thank God this takes place outside. Are you guys okay? Stop forcing people to shower or don't go. No, thank you. Too bad, you gotta shower anyway. No, you gotta shower anyway. Too bad.
Do not read.
Now, actual next topic. Wow. Just wow, man. I'll be right back. Understood. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is dumb. This is definitely dumb enough to feature. Yeah, never mind that. This is definitely dumb enough to feature. Yeah. Yeah, some fandoms are just wild enough to warrant to end up warranting things, and this is one of the instances where I say, yeah, I think the outside of this asylum is somehow far worse than us here. That was me talking to someone else at the main asylum. So K-pop fans are baffled as a new group with a male pregnancy concept is coming soon. Yeah, they seriously did that. Yeah, K-pop group is seriously doing that. Yes, they're seriously doing that. Why? K-pop fans are trying to figure out whether a supposed new group called Embrace is a real debut. An AI star-related stranger and rabbit hole after the social pages began teasing a May 2026 launch. And this dropped mid-April. This wasn't April Fools. This didn't drop on April Fools. Those guys were serious. The cat's been making the rounds online thanks to its name alone. Embrace is a reference to male pregnancy, a fanfiction trope most commonly associated with Omegaverse stories, which is another whole rabbit hole to deal with. If you're unfortunate enough to hear about it. The group's page has already been posted a logo, promo images, merch videos, and member profile for Luke, who is described as a 20-year-old recessive Omega. Yeah, they're going by Omegaverse mythos. The same profile also included Atlas-specific personal details, which only add to the confusion around whether any of this meant to be taken seriously. Oh, I'm back in. What the hell? Yeah. I don't know what the hell is happening either, Nate. In addition to Luke, the boy group has posted snippets of unreleased songs, called them voice reveals for members like Luke and Willow. They have been posted to the imprint InstaHo, which has amassed over 20k followers before the group's official reveal. And at the time of writing this, InstaHo describes itself as the imprint official account. So the slogan doesn't be brain soon. It says the project's coming to May 2020. Separate pages also appear exists on YouTube or an Impreg official channels like as no content. So is this an elaborate hole? It's AI or Nathan Fielder? I went for elaborate holds earlier until I learned that none of the sort was posted on April 1st. These guys had to wait until the middle of April. A big part of Yana reaction is not just disbelief over the concept of the growing theory that Imprint could somehow be tied to Nathan Fielder and HBO's rehearsal. One Reddit poster in the art rehearsal argument, the account felt too polished and too bizarre to be random, pointing to a group's sudden reach and high end look of its promo materials as the reason people suspect there were large productions behind it. If this happens to be a prank, it's definitely... If it happens to be a prank that they ended up... that would have ended up being undercooked by the first, they did a damn good job. And prank is also as in the Nathan Fielder shenanigans. That theory has also been fueled by comparison by Boy Throb, another foul boy band that has already been the subject of Nathan Fielder's speculation online. But unlike Emperor, Boy Throb has publicly insisted they are indeed a real group. In addition to Team Vogue, the members said they are a real band and explained that Deshaun Magdam is generally based in India and said that the social post is tied to help support his own one visa case. And that's the case of Boy Throb, not Empreg. Why not everyone respond to the spiritual theory? A large number of K-pop fans are still having a hard-ass time believing that Empreg could be a real group. They point out obviously AI prog images and ridiculous profile details as a group that as proof that the group is a spoof or parody and not to be taken seriously. This isn't being funny enough to be a joke. For now, it leaves Empreg in a strange middle of ground, visible enough to go viral, polished enough to spark controversial theories. It's still without conspiracy theories, not controversial. That's my bad. Yet still without verified agency music or proof that it's a legitimate game. Still with May 2026 looming in the near future. Yeah, it's here in my time zone. Won't take long until Empreg fully reveals its music to the internet. That's Profile International boy band. Hopefully that's a gag that somehow got elaborate enough. It still got elaborate enough to still cause a stir. Hopefully this is a gag, but extremely good chances are I'm wrong. Yeah, extremely good chances are I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. Wait, no. I hope I'm right, but in this being a huge gag. But I could be wrong, and that's worst case scenario. Extremely good chances are, considering everyone's luck in the other domain, extremely good chances are I'm wrong. Outside. Yeah, let's just head to the next one. Then again, that is music related, and that's just nasty, but yeah. Don't worry, assistant, we can do this. Hope everyone's okay. Yeah, I hope everyone's okay after that nastiness. Yeah. This is second toes worse either. Yeah. Man, that was rough. I had to take some drinks. That was rough. Don't worry, it's just coffee and water. Not anything else. For me, oh wait a second, my message was written. I was confused by whether that was a message box that has my name with a gray shield saying please. Notice his ticks are occurring again. And from Nate way earlier, this is about the drinking game thing. I was gonna say I don't think any of us drink regularly. Even so, I'm not dumb enough to do no drinking games. Besides the time I down ball, why not one year inside the shower? That was over a period of a few hours, but not like shotgun in the bottle. And that why was definitely for the topic at hand that was there. Yeesh. Continuing on with more music shenanigans, and yes, another one. Another thumbnail topic. Oh man. Okay, this one warranted me to listen to another album again. Especially due to this next grand disaster. Everyone, welcome to another episode of Name Checks Out. And what's the name we gotta deal with? So, Atlanta police accuse crime mob rapper Cyco Black of operating an electronic theft ring. Yes! A crime mob member was actually accused of being in a crime mob. Yes, it warrants this.
A vampire! Why not a werewolf? That would have hurt it all.
Yeah. Yes, this is the guy in the thumbnail. For those on YouTube's end. Alphonse Smith, who performed under the moniker Cyco Black, aka Money Black, was a founding member of the mid-2000s rap group Crime Mob. Yeah, infamously known for Nut. Oh man, brain fry, what the hell? Nuck if you buck, yeah, that one. It's shown an undated photograph. Atlanta police accused Smith of orchestrating a major electronic stuffing out of his Metromart business, alleging he and accomplices attempt to ship more than $100,000 in stolen iPads and laptops overseas. Yes, the man who helped define the mid-2000s Atlanta crunk era with Nuck if you buck is now facing severe criminal allegations. And yeah, an actual crime mob. This ended up being a name checks out moment for him. Alphonse said who informed under the moniker Cyco Black is a founding member of platinum selling rap group Crime Mob, but has been accused by Atlanta police of orchestrating a major electronic theft across the metro area. According to an exclusive afternoon report from WSB TV, investigators allege Smith and several accomplices are responsible for stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of tech devices. Investigators reportedly began last year at the Metromart, a local business hub, after multiple victims successfully tracked their stolen iPads and laptop computers to a specific business owned and operated by Smith. And it wasn't by massive fights breaking out this time. Yes, that song got banned everywhere that valued anyone's lives and anyone's establishment. Especially for the club and house party scenes back then. I think Waffle House has still played that shit fair game. Yes, I'm using this. Yes, that's Walpurgis, not herself. Instead of quickly fencing the items locally, police state that the ring was attempting to source a massive payday by combining stolen technology and shipping the electronics overseas. Yeah, and that turned out not good at all. and once the fuss discovered, they said they were gonna be Joe's. Authorities intervened before the cargo could be exploited successfully, recovering more than $100,000 in stolen merchandise so far. Because the story is still rapidly developing, it remains unclear if federal authorities will step in, given the allegations of attempting to extort certain stolen goods intentionally. Yeah. Yeah, that junk definitely wasn't no joke. And yes, I actually listened to this whole album, but I'm gonna get into that later. Crime Mob dominated Southern hip-hop in mid-2000s with their subtitled debut and its highly influential follow-up, Hate On Mostly. Representatives for Smith has not yet released a public statement regarding the charges, and it's unknown whether he'll make his first court appearance as appear. Unquote. Yeah. So he ended up being the other member that actually got caught in crime. The first one was too damn serious and had to be kicked out rightfully. Thankfully that crook didn't make it to anything at the time of the hit song's release there. But still, that was an extremely funny name checks out moment. I only listened to the debut album and didn't listen to Hate It On Mostly just yet. But as I said before, Nuck If You Bug is once again the fight anthem. I think it's still the fight anthem of this day if that still gets bumped in anywhere that isn't well organized. Let's say that anywhere that isn't well organized will still cause fights. Fights out of blue. Even then you have to watch your back, or someone's ass is getting beat, or someone actually played this while someone's ass is getting beat. In fact, most of the album is about ass beatings. Most of it, with the exception of the club bangers and the black market bonus, which happens to be about Crime Mob's relationship in general. And that was shockingly wholesome. Even for today's rap, that was shockingly wholesome. And I did not expect having to say that about albums like this. But it was still a good listen. It was still a good fun listen. I will tell you that. Yeah, and I just thought it was a hit song. I thought it was just a real good hit song, but unfortunately, I had no idea that there was some further shit happening as a result of this. You've heard of people getting instantly horny once a song comes up. People got instantly violent once it shows up. Basically stuff like this once the song starts.
Okay, you gonna try to run away from me, Johnny? Nuh-uh, bitch. Not after what you did, motherfucker.
Still, that shit was just wild. From Nate, I'm half asleep more about lore-wise where the were rabbit virus originated from, and yeah. That's not helping matters with the making group, a song called Crime Mob. That was the rap group. The rap group was literally named Crime Mob. And yes. Okay. Time for the lore with the some promised lore with the thumbnail on YouTube's end. Oh, that's even less out. Yes. And why not dig up the clean version of... Yeah, why not dig up that clean version of this thumbnail at hand? Hey, let's call Muggin Ring the Muggin Ring! And now I'm imagining some other group called no, I don't think it's an actual, yeah, I'm just making this the following up. Yeah, if I ever run into a group named Evil Ass Demon Factory and some paranormal incident actually was caused upon a factory by one of its members, that would also be an extremely funny name checks out moment. This is saying check 49. It's not that hard, yo. Binkle, it's not that hard. Yeah. Finally found that. Yeah, this is a clean version of the thumbnail I have for this show. So yeah. So we've gone through a lot of topics already. You know what was in reference to? I did my best to reference this. That's the album cover there. And after some research, the guy next to the guy on the farthest left hand, one of the farthest left hand side. The guy on the farthest left hand side is here. One of the farthest left hand sides is here. This Cyco Black himself. That means there's two other topics to cover. And I've been doing this throughout the entirety of this show. No, the furthest left there. The furthest left man. The furthest left man for this one, but he's not the furthest left man for the thumbnail. But that's Santa Claus. And he's for good reason. What was Santa doing there? He's also a topic. Oh and there was someone I actually, yeah, I could have included the Nets following guy within it, but unfortunately, I wasn't using my thinking meat there. But still, ich ni san shi go roku nana hachi chu ki zui chi juni ju san 15, yeah, wow. 14 until there. 14 until the Santa thing, but after the Santa thing is the wholesome stuff for last. This is another Tower of Terror. But don't worry, I'll go through this entire tower. Don't worry, I'll go through this entire tower. I don't think I have to age restrict anything unless something rash happens. But speaking of rash and scary things, well, here's halfway Halloween for you. Burglary suspect shoots up truck after mistaking Michael Myers for the What? Oh my god, what? Yeah, I needed something on theme. Thankfully this is I wonder if there'll be a 49.5. I'll do my best to knock all this out in a go. I'll do my best to knock all this out in a go. I have the time, don't worry. I had to make sure I had enough time. I had to make sure. It was just crazy. It's how uptown neighbors discover a weekend shooting near Joseph and Willow Streets in University section in New Orleans. Authorities say suspected car burglars opened a fire on a parked pickup truck after being startled by what was inside. Yeah, they honestly earned that. Yeah, they honestly earned Michael Myers coming after their asses, but yeah. Residents say they woke up to a sound gunfire early Saturday morning. The victim, who asked not to be identified, said the suspects had been moving down the street, breaking into vehicles when they reached his Toyota pickup. These guys were coming down the street and going to vehicles. When they got to mine, they started opening the door and they got scared. He said. They were stalled by a mannequin sitting in a passenger seat dressed as Michael Myers of Halloween fame. Yeah, the Halloween. The Halloween films. Is start by a mannequin sitting in a passenger seat dressed in his Michael Myers mask. The victim had placed there to deter would-be burglars. And it worked! He jumped backward and started shooting. Then his two friends also started shooting as well. The victim said, it was like 30-something rounds. And I thought I had that clip. Unfortunately, I don't. But just found a Twitter post I sent to Dumb News. Thank you so much. I don't think I can include any more disasters, but thank you up until the net Sanity check. But thank you so much. Don't worry, at least we get to see Medea showing up. Well, unless something happened right at this midnight. Yeah, 30-something rounds. Yeah, I think they dumped a clip or two here. By the time the gunfire stopped, the truck had nearly 20 bullet holes. Police say 2 other vehicles are also stuck. Bullets also hit the side of the victim's home, right above where he and his wife were sleeping. Damn that! Oh no! Oh no! No! That's horrible. Okay, that's too far from here. They're like 9mm and 40 caliber cases all over the street and the sidewalk, the victim said. Yeah, that worked on them, scaring them motherfuckers. The shooting happened right across the street from Eine Hellstorm's home. Well, so many shots, like it woke us up. I was trying to convince myself it was fireworks or something, but it was just so many shots, Hellstorm said. It was obvious what it was. She called it a scary wake up call that could have been a lot worse, yeah. Yeah, and that could have been so much worse. And that could have been so much worse. Wait, I actually have that. Oh wait, I do actually have that kind of clip. That's my fault.
Hold your fire! Hold your fire!
The fact that he had a mannequin in his car deter people from breaking into his car, but instead just walking away and shoot at that many times and said, that could have been him. Yeah, that was scary. That was legit scary. That could have been him. A stray also almost hit either of them at home. That could have been that could have turned real horrible real fast. The victim says now reconsidering the strategy of using a mannequin dressed in Michael Myers mask to keep burglars away from his vehicle. Definitely not a good idea in hindsight, he said. No arrests have been made so far. According to NOPD surveillance video that shows the shooters fleeing the scene in a silver Nissan Altima. Anyone with information is urged to contact Crime Stoppers at this number, unquote. And there's actually a video behind that. I'll play RO to the shoot. Yeah, that shooting actually happened.
Take a look at this home security video of a shooting near Joseph and Willow Streets in the University section of Uptown New Orleans.
They were that scared, they legit thought I was Michael Myers. Yeah, unfortunately for them, unfortunately for them, it wasn't. Also, unfortunately, that could have been, that still could have went horrible. That still could have went horrible. That wants this.
You piece of shit!
Absolutely no thank you. But at least that worked somehow. Oh no, yo. Oh no, oh no. Whoa. This case took place 9 hours ago. Oh no. No. Wow. Wow. Yeah. You know what? I'm putting this hoe in. Thank you, Nate. I'm putting this hoe in too. No. Screenshotting this hoe. Wait. Oh, no. Yeah, we got way more witches than we imagined to warrant this. Yeah, I've been calling this one. People will die. Yeah, McDonald's reportedly planned a subscription fry service offering unlimited medium price for $20 per month. Yeah, still no thank you. Absolutely no thank you. Yeah, that is how come. Yeah, nah, man. Yeah, nah, man. You just know someone's gonna get fat off of that. I can already sense someone getting fat off that and trying to sue already. Which one? Oh, man, which one? Okay, I hadn't featured this one. Okay, I hadn't featured this one too much, so here.
That's obese.
And then looking around like, how the hell did this happen?
Thank you so much, Nate. That's yet another drop of sanity. Another good drop of sanity, thank you. And thank you. I already saved it, thank goodness. Subscription fry service, yeah. We're on the topic of food there. And yes, I actually have a stream the very next night. But don't worry, we've dealt with such a towers of terror before. But yeah, it's definitely not approved. Yeah, here's something that's already not approved. Yeah. Yeah, of course I wouldn't approve. No one would approve of this. That's precious Legos being stolen and then this happened to them. Well, another disrespect to pasta. So Lego for linguine. California man accused of stealing $34,000 worth of bricks in return boxes filled with pasta. Investigators say that link Joel Osteen to at least 70,000. Oh, thank you, dear. Wow.
We heard that! This is already not approved.
Yeah, yeah, I already do not approve. No, I do not approve. No damn thanks. Obviously. Assistant, just give me this. We're in for a long one. Stop saying off if they open a Lego box to see pasta, yeah. A man in California has been arrested for allegedly stealing more than 3,000 bucks worth of Lego by swapping the plastic bricks for dry pasta. And just straight pasta. Not any Lego brick pasta like that could have happened, but no. Even then, it's not a damn excuse. That would be even funnier, but that still. Jarrell Augustine, yeah. Jarrell Augustine, age 28, was arrested in Irving in connection with at least 70 Lego thefts at a store across the country. According to Irving, though, Augustine stole approximately $34,000 worth of Legos. And after buying opening a box, Augustine allegedly replaced the plastic Lego bricks and figures with dry pasta. Investigators told Fox 11 LA that the dry pasta mimics the sound wave Lego bricks shifting around and the box is shaking. Yeah, that's even worse. Oh, oh my god, that's even worse. Yeah, that is even worse. That's even worse.
What? Why?
Yeah, just why? One case that occurred here in Orange County, they showed that they opened the box and instead of Legos, they found packs of dry pasta. Official Ziggy Oswald told CBS News. He then allegedly returned the boxes to the stores and requested refunds. Irving Police claim Augustine received refunds at Target stores in Costa Mesa, Irving, and Westminster, as well as a number of stores outside California. And they didn't check the boxes? What? They didn't check the boxes.
You fucking idiots!
They didn't check the boxes at all. How? How? Yeah, this is a shit-ass service here. Police allege Augustine is also linked to dozens of Lego thefts in Texas, Tennessee, New Jersey, and Florida. This was widespread. Investigators allegedly found several packages of Lego at Augustine's apartment after he was taken into custody. But these were definitely sets where they were consistent where he was purchasing and then returning. SantaCon said, there are Star Wars sets and Marvel sets which have very high value on the secondary market. Augustine is being charged with grand theft according to police. The unusual nature of the crime wasn't lost in Irving Police either, which released a pun-laden social media post announcing the charges. No, if your master plan involves swapping Legos for linguine, we can promise your plan will be cooked out that day. The department said in the social media post, it is also called Augustine's alleged scam at Bat Building and all together. Now that guy's cool. Well done. And his process took a painful step too. I'll use this version. Things got silly, so I'll just use this version.
No need to be mean. They started it.
Didn't mean to do that one, but yeah. It's this one.
Oh no, not you again. Stop. I don't like you. No, nobody likes you.
The first potato, yeah. Nate jokes from Marley. Someone put my 6054 Legoland set. Scorpio D-Off gets to recover in little practice and climbing in a tree for Molly. Just looks normal. The 6050 Legoland says from the year 1988, by the way. That's the Forestman tied out. Last week, 3 other men, Jose Lopez at age 37, Lupin Lopez Flores, age 25, and Frey Hernandez Polinar, age 35, were arrested for allegedly stealing 2 truck trailers that contained Lego sets, according to News Nation. Oh man, that's way more truckloads. Damn. First the Kit Kats in the loop, now this. Joshua Han and the owner of Beyond the Brick, a social media group claiming to be the world's largest Lego fan community, told News Nation there's a sizable market for secondhand Lego sales, particularly fake book marketplace. I think it's probably the most popular option these days. You see a lot of these thefts being listed on there. Pretty soon after they take place, they start to try to offload them, he told the outlet. He also said it's virtually impossible to know whether or not the bricks have also been stolen because they don't have serial numbers or other identifying markers on them. Unquote. Yeah. Yeah, that Kirk was definitely 100% cooked here. And I can't make out the shirt at all. Am I allowed to fully scan that? No. Aw, oh well. That would have been even funnier if he had. There's a trend that some merch that contained pictures of doujinshi characters moaning in hentai. The ahakal faces. I thought this was an ahakal jacket, but it's not. Scanning, yeah. Don't worry, nothing nukeable. Milo scan didn't fail me here. Oh yeah, I hadn't used this one in a while. Yes, I was looking for a clip.
Ah! Yeah, baby!
Oh yeah. From here, I actually thought he was wearing this kind of hoodie there. I didn't use this one in a good while, so I use this one.
I'm so freaking sick of that! Like, holy crap, are you supposed to be my friend? Or am I supposed to be the friend that you talk to when you're gobbling nuts left and right, you son of a...
Also warrants this.
Oh my, how lewd.
Yeah, I thought he was wearing that at first. That's not the case. We can confirm that's not the case. That guy's damn cooked. Next topic. Yeah, and there's also that other trend of the Subway sandwich censorship. But that's the topic after the next one. That's the topic after the next one coming. Hey. Hey, there you go. But yeah. So about this next one. This next one's not in the sandwich topic, is connected because of theft. Turns out this swindler wasn't as smart as he thought he was. A man who thought his Rolex was fake tried to cheat a retailer and deal $9.8 thousand watch was genuine. In town, National Singapore tried to cheat a retailer by exchanging his purportedly counterfeit watch with 3 genuine Rolex watches. Yeah, that was one of the ultimate Uno reverse cart moments here.
Now Max Fosh could be the first booking of the game.
Wowzers, trousers.
Yellow card.
The Uno reverse.
He's Uno reversed it. That's a first. What does that mean? Kattenberg's on a yellow?
Thunberg.
Yeah, that was a wild Uno reverse. I hadn't seen it. From Singapore. Think that the Rolex GMT Cyco he bought for around the 60,000 pound notes or $89,000 in Singaporean was counterfeit. A man tried to cheat a retailer by exchanging for 3 other Rolex watches worth over $94,000 in total. However, the Rolex GMT Cyco, which is usually around $120,000, turned out to be genuine. That turned out to be, and he turned out to lowball the price too. Despite this, Italian national, Sintapok, age 24, was dealt with in court for attempted cheating and was sentenced to 7 months to jail as of April the 20th. Deputy Public Prosecutor Sanity told the court that there are purposely over 20 authentic Rolex GMT Cyco timepieces in circulation. This case involving an impossible attempt meaning that there is no actual loss caused. DPP said. He had if Rolex GMT Cyco had been counterfeit, the amount involved would have been $94,700. But yeah, he accidentally sold the genuine watch instead. Court documents state that in February or March 2025, Sin bought the watch from an acquaintance known as Mateo. He handed over, oh yeah, not a blind pill, don't worry. That's the guys from one of the earlier clips. He handed over 55,000 pound notes in cash, then carried a bracelet worth around 5,000 pound notes in exchange for the watch. Silent went to watch shops to check its authenticity. One of them told that the serial number of a genuine Rolex TMC Cyco may have been laser engraved on his watch. Thinking that Mateo cheated him, Sin assumed that the timepiece was fake and decided to sell it. Then on November 27, 2025, he flew to Singapore and went on a watch shop in and went to a watch shop in Ben Quillen Street the next day. He showed the watch and his warranty card to the shop director who wanted to buy it. After negotiation, they agreed on a price of $94,700. Sensei did not want to receive cash for a transaction, and said he exchanged the watch for 3 other timepieces. A Rolex Submariner valued at 44K American, as well as a Rolex Daytona and Rolex GMT, each worth more than 25K American. Sen later handed a forged soft copy of his passport to the director for registration purposes. He did so to scrape criminal liability and any possible taxes that may incur during the sale. And of course that failed. After Sen left the shop with the three watches, the director went on a nearby watch shop to get the Rolex GMT side explained. CPP test said, "I didn't advise another shop owner. The victim used a loop to scrutinize the serial number engraved. On the watch, they discovered that the serial number on the Rolex GMT cider has been washed up and laser engraved subsequently. And after further checks, the director also assumed that the watch was fake. He tracked Collins several times before alerting the police." So everyone was sure it was fake. They were sure that the watch was 100% fake. It turned out it was real. Sen eventually answered the call and said he would return to the shop. Instead, he booked the flight to Italy and was arrested by the airport on 9 November 28, 2020. On December the 3rd of that year, the police took the Rolex GMT side to a Rolex service center, where a technician certified that all the parts of the watch were authentic and original. On April 20th, the prosecutor urged the court to sentence him to a year in jail. He and Sin did not ban the cheating attempt at a late stage. This is an accusation of fault throughout the attempt to cheat the victim to completion. And Sin was represented by lawyers Monisha Chong and Samuel Ling from the LMV law chambers. Last Red Klein be given 6 months of jail. Yeah, he honestly deserved far longer. Not the 6 months again, no damn thanks. It said the case was a single, unsophisticated, immediately detected attempted transaction with no actual loss suffered. This is also since first brush with the law, having no criminal record in Italy. You know, endeavor to make the most of his life once he is released, they had, yeah. Yeah, the crook honestly had that coming. But that was still funny that this ended up being an accidental Uno reverse. Yeah, still, that crook's time ended up running out in general. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I do have a clip that's kind of related. Yes, kind of related. Okay, totally related to their characters' themes.
I was kidding.
Don't slur.
No, you know what you
I
think?
I can do it in Italian.
Yeesh. Yeesh. Yeah, that was a rough time indeed. Now some other guys actually gonna do time. Now gonna have even more crooks do time. I already teased this next grand disaster. Yeah, I legit already teased this next grand disaster. Okay. Oh yeah, remembering back, I did have to do oh yeah, I did have to do a second part of last Walpurgis Not saying any check for that. That's because I went too far for one topic. Yeah, I accidentally forgot that detail. But I can still go on for a good bit. Hey, assistant. Yeah. And scanning comparisons. Yes, I'm actually scanning this. Yes, actually scanning all this. I can go on for longer if I can. I can go on for a bit longer. Why not? Oh my god, yeah, that's right. That was quite the Uno reverse. Oh man, there's so much. Yeah, there's so much I can fit in here. For this next grand disaster, there's actually so much I can fit in here. This doesn't help with that I'm actually having this kind of sandwich. Not helping whatsoever. But yeah. Yeah, this next crook piled on to hide it for his troubles. Crook went for the works. Crook went for the works and then gave someone the works. So a man got busted for a Subway stale bread rage. Yeah, how you get busted? On April 23rd, a patron was visibly upset about the hardness of the bread used for his sandwich struck a Subway employee in the face, according to the police, who arrested a man for battery in the latest episode of Fast Food Rage plaguing the country. Yeah, he smacked the clerk in the face with his fat meaty sandwich here. Investigators say that Roy McIntosh, age 43, arrived on Tuesday morning at a Subway in Willop, Florida, and confirmed that confront a male employee with his bread beef. And during the brief and verbal interaction, McIntosh suddenly struck the worker across the left side of the face with an open hand. When the responding officer spoke to the victim, the cop observed visible redness and a sight swollen on the left of his face consistent with being struck. Wait, that's with... Oh wait, he straight up slapped him, but the sandwich didn't come in yet. But yeesh. According to arrest report, surveillance footage recorded McIntosh striking the worker, who immediately stepped backward in apparent shock. Fuck, I bet he laughed. That trope tends to happen sometimes. Sick of that shit too, but yeah. And I'm shocked that Apple wasn't involved, otherwise this would have been an episode of Name Checks Out. The witness was seen in a restaurant and both told cops that the 6'2", 200-pound suspect, seeing it right, became verbally upset and slapped the victims across the face before exiting the business. The police subsequently tracked down McIntosh, who lived about 3 miles from the subway outlet. The reporter confessed to striking the sandwich arson and claiming that the victim intentionally gave him old stale bread on a sandwich he purchased a week earlier. McIntosh claimed that when he confronted the worker, he just began to laugh, which caused him to strike the victim. And the article, the article said with the sandwich, and he then hard smacked him. Yeesh. Yeah, this one's definitely one I have to move over. Yeah, this is suspect enough. Yeah, this is 100% suspect enough. Yeah, I've said enough suspect. Yeah, I've said enough suspect things for this. That's enough suspect things.
Oh, come on now. Look at me. Locked in with 2 beautiful women. Very straight, by the way. I'm very straight. What a waste. Look at me. Locked in here when you're looking outside. Yeah, that's right. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Absolutely no thank you. Yeah, I said enough suspect things to warrant that one. That was to warrant that one still. Yes, it's continuing. Staying above, McIntosh was booked in a county jail for battery. He was released from custody yesterday after posting a $1,000 bond on the misdemeanor charge. Court records do not further identify the type of sandwich McIntosh ordered, or whether the bread in question was of the footlong variety, or which type of flavoring the bread had. As with most things of interest in Somali and in Lake counties, John Pangea and Village News was there first. So now you ended up with way more beef than imagined here. Yeah, and that's just gonna cost him dearly. And he's far from the only sandwich-related incident. And yes, he's far from it. Yes, far from it. This is continuing. Yes, it's continuing for just a bit longer. Yeah, and this is far from the only incident here. This is definitely far from the only subway-related incident here. No damn thank you. From Nate, yeah, I don't think I would slap someone for steel bread, but I would be quite pissed. Me neither. Worst I do is just take the sandwich anyway. Worst I'd do is just file the complaint and take the sandwich anyway. Hey, but no. This crook, yeah, that crook just had to do things. And so is this next crook, which happened in the same type of establishment. Already stamped that, I already stamped it. Now, Patron also got arrested for his subway pepper right now. First, someone got sandwich smacked in the face, and now they got. And now someone crashed out over peppers. And from this one, it was the sandwich having peppers. Cops, woman tore up Erie over sandwich toppings. On April 10th, the Florida woman tore up a Subway restaurant because she was upset about the peppers on her sandwich, demanding a new one. Police allege this doesn't help that she looks like SpongeBob's bubble bath either. No, not there. I'm scanning. Yes, I am scared. Oh yeah. Okay, which one's funny? Oh yeah, that's from a classic episode, but this is funny enough. Yeah, that one's funny enough. Okay. Okay, no more stalling here. Yeah. This is Bubble Bass, in case you're wondering. And examining him and the culprit. That's basically Bubble Bass except female and with some and with a mouth for free. No, thank you. Yeah, absolutely no thank you. Yeah. That warrants this clip. That warrants this classic clip.
Oh, god damn! What the fuck? It's nude! She's been seen. You can see the inside of the oh! Holy shit! Oh! No, that's enough of that. Jesus.
Yeesh. Here's Control Zero. It's Control Zero and continuing. After placing an online order, Luminique Clark. That name's worse than I thought. Age 33, picked up a sandwich at a Subway near her St. Petersburg residence. Clerk seen below used a sub-club reward point so the chow was free of cost, according to the arrest report. Shortly after she came back into the store, was upset about the peppers on her sandwich and demanded a new one, the detective reported. The Subway employee told Clark told Clark that her sandwich was made. How she ordered online? Yeah. Did she not check what the area, what was there? Yeah, I'm pretty sure she didn't read everything. Yeah, I'm damn sure she didn't read everything at all. And the new glove would not be forthcoming. Then in the wake of the hoagie denial, Clark pushed the cash register and printer off the counter. She then reached into the secure sanctity of the cookie display and threw multiple trays of the baked delicacies on the floor, resulting in 37 cooking deaths. Damn! All over peppers, by the way. And yes, all over peppers, by the way. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. That also warrants, yeah, that also warrants this.
I cannot believe this shit.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither, man. Me neither. Clark's subway rage was recorded by a store security camera. And the defendant used her own real name and phone number when placing the online order. So yeah, that also screwed her there. Arrested Wednesday for the incident last month, Clark was charged with criminal mischief. She bonded out of jail after posting $500 in the misdemeanor court. Honestly, should have been way more. Honestly, should have been way more. This warrants 6 months. That's a waste of good. That's a waste of good cookies. But those cookies were actually pretty good there. What a damn waste. Clark has previously been convicted of grand theft for stealing merchandise from a built department store. In 2023, she was then arrested for slashing her children's father with a butcher knife, but prosecutors subsequently dropped the felony case against her. Oh man. Yeah, this sub seriously should have still been in prison for that. Wow. And now you're super soft for this. This is just horrible. Yeah, this is just horrible. Yeah, this is the most horrible. Yeah, this is one of the most horrible. This is one of the most horrible miscarriages of justice I've had, or that had the misfortune to see in April, and I've had worse. Yeah, and I've had far worse. This warrants this. Damn.
Read, you stupid excuse for a living thing. Read everything.
No, she didn't read.
Read. Stop rushing. I hate you. I hate you so much. Lock in.
Yeah. Yeah, but this thing didn't read, and that's how she got arrested. And that should have been for far longer. Once again, this thing should have been still in prison for the assault, for the felony assault charge. Even so, just remove the peppers. Yeah, just remove the peppers, but no. Unfortunately, dumbasses like this won't even. Yeah, let's have that ugly thing out of our faces. Yeah, let's have that ugly thing right out of our faces. Yeah, that guy even more disgusting. However, oh yeah, it's gotten late for me. I actually have things to do there. But no shame on this. Come on, assistant. I know, but we still overstuffed ourselves with this. We actually still overstuffed ourselves with this. Again. But thankfully, what I can do is the following. I'll end up with this next one, and then I'll end up with this next stupid disaster, and then have a second part later. Do not worry, Little Witch in the Woods is still happening the very next night. Ball crammed the next night after. Yeah, I am going to go to spring break after all. No, just actually taking a break and working on things. Plus loading up a few clips for the channels here. No, I'm not going to actual spring break, don't worry. Especially not Houston. I've heard some of the nasty shit that went on in Houston. There's been people that had splotches all over their face and all over their bodies just because they kept smashing each other while still having some of the roughest diseases alive. There's people that caught every disease under the sun back there.
Gonorrhea, no.
And I believe this is the first time I've ever used that one. Yeah. Yeah, and all the stuff I heard was worse than gonorrhea. Well, unless that was super gonorrhea about there. Wouldn't be shocked if it was super gonorrhea. But anyway. I will confirm a second part, and I will cram that second part. I'll cram that second part into Saturday. Because I am gonna have my own spring break. And yes, this last one is definitely meme-sized, and that's one of the thumbnail topics. This last one's definitely gonna be a thumbnail topic there. So stand by, stand by. And I really didn't expect anything Christmas related at all to have happened in April, however. And yes, those are planned early. Good boys and girls always plan things early. Especially for holidays like this. Especially for holidays like Christmas. However, turns out during the planning, someone discovered something pretty sinister. I mean, yeah, that was pretty sinister. Oh yeah, I actually didn't file that. I should have filed that under Excuse Me. Yes, I'm playing that clip. So yeah. For this last one, for this part, yes, I already confirmed a part 2 now. So, SantaCon organizer happened to be a Grinch who stole $1 million, Justice Department alleges. Wait, yeah. I'm shocked too. And I've seen a bit of it, that looks excellent. But yeah. This is absolutely rough news. But yeah, it's absolutely rough news, and it also warrants this.
Excuse me, what the actual fuck are you doing in my house?
Forgive me, that one was too loud. Yeah, they ran with the money. No idea. Let's see. From New York, the organizer of SantaCon, an annual bar crawl while attendees dressed up as Santa Claus, was arrested and charged with stealing more than $1 million intended for charity. Damn. Federal prosecutors allege that from 2019 to April 2026, Stephen Plides, the organizer of SantaCon, defrauded tens of thousands of ticket buying revelers and venue operators by promising proceeds would go to charities, but instead used more than half the money he raised to line his pockets. Damn. So he pulled a V-Shoujo. So this crook ended up pulling the V-Shoujo, but got caught this time. But got caught by the police this time, unlike gun running them. Over that 7-year period, authorities alleged by SantaCon have brought in $2.7 million in proceeds, and only a small fraction of money went to the intended charities. Wow. Wow. That is really fucked up. Wow. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that.
Look here! Look, listen!
No. No. This one. This too.
No! Fuck! Shit! Cunt! Balls!
Absolutely no damn thank you. I'm already thoroughly disgusted. Police allegedly used the money to bankroll a $365,000 renovation to a New Jersey lakefront property, cover a $3,000 dinner at a Michelin-star restaurant in Manhattan, buy a luxury car, take vacations to Bali, Hawaii, and Las Vegas. As well. He also allegedly used about $124,000 towards renting a luxury apartment. That's all with the proceeds. Police allegedly stole Christmas with tens of thousands of victims and deprived local charities of more than $1 million, said James C. Bronco Jr., the FBI assistant director in charge of New York field office. Yeah. This is something in character of the Grinch, but this one worse. This one worlds worse. Plies pled not guilty to the charges during his arraignment on Wednesday. He was released on $300,000 bond secured by New Jersey residents. CNN has reached out to his lawyer for comment. And he intends to SantaCon pay over $20 per ticket in exchange receive access to designated venues participating in a day-long celebration. Oh. I never went there, and even I feel dirty here. Restaurants and bars who sign on as venues agreed to give a percentage of their food and drink sales, typically 10 to 25%, to the SantaCon entity as a charitable commission, according to the indictment. On the SantaCon website, Plies said that the ticket sales went directly to Santa's charity drive, according to the indictment. One attendant was told by SantaCon in an email that your donation goes to charity, and so a few bucks at the good feeling, warm your heart fast and whiskey and gingerbread, according to the indictment. And unfortunately, it led to none of there. He just tried to run off with most of the money. It just went to luxury goods. There wasn't any blackjack or hookers involved, just luxury goods. Even then, under this pretense, it's just horrible. This is just horrible. Ply is suspected to appear in Feral Crawl on Wednesday. If convicted, he could face as much as 20 years in prison. Yeah, and he honestly deserved that. He honestly had the full 20 years coming. Steering from charities, especially through stuff like this. That's something truly unforgivable. Yeah, that is indeed something truly unforgivable. No, thank you. And yes, this one's my most nuclear there.
地獄の果てまで追いかけて必ずお前の首に刃を振る絶対にお前を許さない
許さない許さない No, thank you. Absolutely no, thank you. Who eats gingerbread with whiskey? I feel like that would taste like burning. Yeah. That would actually have a more burning taste than anything else. I agree. And whiskey is definitely hard liquor, and can mess with your throat. But yeah. With all that, that'll be it for the first part of this sanity check. And with this, I will note that I hope everyone has had a happy Walpurgis Night. I hope this was definitely entertaining to everyone. This was definitely entertaining for me. Don't worry about that. This is definitely entertaining for me. Don't worry about that one. And I'm glad this halfway Halloween served us well, but this will continue. Don't worry. And I'll put the bonfire back up like I did last year. I'll still use that. Yeah, I'll still use this. And I finally do this. This is the sanity check where I finally did not forget this for gratitude.
Excellent!
Yeah, that was excellent. That was still excellent. That was still excellent. But yeah, let's go back in. No, not here. No, not here. Over here. Over here. No. Over here. Yeah, I rarely end the scanner room, so we'll just end the scanner room. Don't worry, this will continue. This will continue with our second part, and I've slated the second part for this Saturday for those seeing this live. So yeah, I am definitely working a good bit before my spring break. But anyway, many thanks for everything. Thanks for watching this. For those that made it this far, many thanks for doing so. Once again. And once again, Eine Fröhliche Walpurgisnacht. Happy Walpurgis Night, everyone. Happy Halloween. And as always, as per the dark ritual, please leave a like and subscribe in case you want to see more. Definitely give me a follow on Kickstarter as well as anywhere else. But if you want to support me any further, there are tip bars in the description and the link tree. I'll put you in a part real quick, but some other cool stuff back at somewhere as well. Yeah, I'm still figuring out that somewhere. But oh yeah, and please ring any notification bells if you must, because yeah, the Subbox alone is just as rough. It's just as rough as having to cram about everything about everything down for one show and ended up having enough material to almost go towards sunrise. That's even with Cliffnotes versions. But anyway, the very next night is still Little Witch in the Woods. I hope to see you guys then. And then Saturday will be our second part to this. For those checking this out live. And I hope you guys are looking forward to all that. Oh yeah, and Sunday's our weekly Stellar Blade. So with all this here, until next time, be seeing ya. Many thanks! Eine Fröhliche Walpurgisnacht! Yes, I'll end that greeting with the second part too. Still, assistant, still pretty wild that the Walpurgis Night is not allowed to be tagged on Cake's end. I wonder why. Oh yeah, that holiday combats witches. I don't see what they're doing. Oh yeah, there have been fully wholesale watch-alongs on Kick, and my best guess was that someone was actually watching Bible Black there and got nuked from there, and the nightmares that was induced from it, the staff blacklisted that tag. Funny incident, but that would have been a funny incident, but still, no thank you. That's still unfair. But I'll see you guys the very next night with Little Witch in the Woods. Many, many thanks. Once more, Eine Fröhliche Walpurgisnacht.